several live events with President Trump expected later on today. And there are expected to be cameras in many of those. Now, coming up at 11 a.m. Eastern Time, President Trump is expected to take part in the Artemis II Congressional Space Medal of Honor ceremony. He's going to be speaking over in Houston, Texas, so we can expect that we will get those remarks here on Live Now from Fox in real time. There are also several other events taking place. We could also see a Q&A with President Trump as he boards onto Air Force One. Again, anything that pops up at any point, we will bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox in real time. Right now, though, I do want to get you back to a big story that we continue to follow here at this point. This is some of the aerial video coming in from Nepal, where at least 469 people are now confirmed dead as a result of the situation that played out with the flooding there. Now, we also know this is on the border of Tibet, so some of those deaths are reported there as well. But at this point, 1,500 people or more are considered to be missing, and dozens of them are Americans. Let's listen back in as the United Nations discusses what they need to do here over in Switzerland.
Calls on the Asian authorities to ensure that the specialized judicial units to investigate mass crimes, les pôles judiciaires spécialisés, which were created with our office assistance, are promptly and fully operationalized and able to address grave cases such as this. Accelerating the deployment of the gang suppression force to counter gang violence in strict compliance with international human law and standards is also critical. We urge all relevant actors to ensure a strict application of both domestic and international regulations on arms controls, as well as adherence to the UN arms embargoes to Haiti. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I'd like to also recall the condemnation that the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres has made, a forceful condemnation of the devastating assault that Marta has spoken about. So let me see if there are questions for you, Marta, in online or in... Yes, please. Bonjour.
Oh. Une question, après je ferai l'interview avec vous.
On n'entend pas.
On m'entend pas? Là on m'entend, ouais. J'ai dit je ferai l'interview après avec vous, mais je voulais poser une autre question avant. En Haïti, le nombre d'enfants recrutés par les gangs a augmenté de 70% d'après les chiffres de l'UNICEF. Ces enfants sont la nouvelle génération sans laquelle Haïti ne pourra pas se reconstruire ni avoir des bonnes institutions demain. Quelles mesures le Haut-Commissariat aux droits de l'homme?
All right, so as you can see, it sounds as though they are translating to several different languages there. You have to imagine there are reporters who are attending this from all over the world. Now, it's not quite clear if all of this is going to have an English translation. Wanted to reach out, though, and pop up the audio because this is, of course, one of the biggest stories that we are following. Want to lift up the audio again to see if this portion is in English.
Haiti, not only they don't have access to school in places where the gangs are present, but as well they are recruited by gangs, they are sexually abused. This is particularly acute for children living either in displaced camps or in places where there are really low socioeconomic levels, and especially for those without parents and accompanied children. All of that, it's well documented, and the authorities need to tackle this and the root causes, which start leveling the socioeconomic level of these areas, and of course, tackling gang violence. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Martha. Just to remind you that today at 3 p.m. New York time, the Security Council will convene a special meeting to discuss this attack and violence, the gang violence in Haiti. Of course, it's late for us, but if you want to follow it, it will be at 3 p.m. in New York Times, webcast on by UN Web TV. Let me see if there are other hands up. I don't.
All right, so it appears they are talking about a variety of different issues there. They went from the Nepal flooding to gang violence taking place, and they said there is going to be a special meeting of the United Nations here, the Security Council, later on today about 3 p.m. Eastern time, right there in New York City, which you're looking at a live image of at this point. We will likely dip in and out of that just to kind of give it a listen as they talk specifically about that gang violence. Again, what we're getting are these questions, and they are kind of a variety of different topics. So I want to listen back in to see if they are talking a little bit more about that situation in Nepal.
With the World Benchmarking Alliance, the report evaluates the climate performance of 200 digital companies globally by tracking key measures such as greenhouse gas emissions, energy consumption, renewable energy use, and for the first time in the 2026 report, also tracking climate transition planning. The report will be issued late on Wednesday. Apologies for that. It'll be at 10:15 Wednesday evening, our time here, when the embargo will lift. That's with your indulgence in coordination with the presentation that's taking place on Eastern Time at ITU's World Telecommunication Policy Forum in the Bahamas. Up until that time, we have embargoed versions of the report and press release available and on the ready, which we will circulate. We'll circulate a note with the embargo information. Any reporters interested in receiving the embargo material, please be in touch with us at pressinfo@itu.int.
Thank you very much, David. Any question on this, on the launch of this report to ITU? I don't see any hand up. So thank you very much again. And yes, they will be waiting for the embargo information and also any information from UNCTAD now with Marcelo. Hola, Marcelo. Thank you very much for being with us. You have an update on the World Investment Forum upcoming.
Well, Alessandra, hello, and thank you for the time.
All right, so as I mentioned it there, they are taking questions, but they're also presenting different topics, including a climate report, so they continue to go on. But initially, this was about the flooding there in Nepal, now killing 469 people, according to officials, and there are also 1,500 people or more who are considered missing at this point, with dozens of them considered to be Americans. We are in touch with the U.S. State Department, and we'll keep you updated with all of the information as we get it. Right now, we are going to sneak in another quick break, but we will be right back with more live coverage here on the other side. Stick with us. And welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. The time is 5:49 on the East Coast and 2:49 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and we continue to follow this breaking news coming in internationally out of Norway. That is where King Harald has died here. And what you're looking at over on the right-hand side of your screen, that is over in Oslo, as you can see, folks are signing this book in memory of the king. You can see his photo right there on the right-hand side of your screen. Now, this is the same live image we have been getting over the past several hours since Bowen Kadrovich broke this news overnight. We have seen folks who have gathered there. We're talking thousands upon thousands who have been outside of the palace gathering, leaving different items, flowers, photos, teddy bears. We have seen all of that in what has become a makeshift memorial. Now, we know that his son has become the king here. What I want to do is take this full and see if there's any audio coming in, as you can see different leaders entering into that room right here. All right, as I mentioned, this is a feed that's going both inside and outside, but it appears that you can hear a lot of the audio inside at this point. Wanted to lift it up, though, so we could see if we could hear anything, if there were going to be any remarks that were made. And if you are just joining us here, King Harald of Norway, who went into exile in the U.S. as a child during the Nazi occupation of his homeland and refused a string of potential brides from the European nobility so that he could marry his school sweetheart, died today at the age of 89. Right there on your screen, you're looking at that makeshift memorial I was talking about a little bit earlier. That is where folks are turning out there to share their feelings, their thoughts, their memories of King Harald. Now, the palace said that he died at the National Hospital there at 6:35 a.m. local time. He was Europe's oldest monarch and a very popular king who modernized the royal house but refused to follow in the footsteps of other aging monarchs who have abdicated in recent times. His son, though, will automatically become king. Like other royal houses in Europe, the Norwegian monarchs serve a largely symbolic role, enjoying celebrity status, while real power in the democracy of 5.5 million rests with an elected parliament. Harald was crowned after his British-born father died in January of 1991 and reigned during an oil and gas-driven economic boom in his country. Now, the prime minister said, quote, "A whole nation is in mourning, and the people of Norway are left with a deep sense of gratitude for a long life in the service of Norway." Again, we are getting a lot of different reaction that's coming into the newsroom here at this hour as folks wake up and find out just a little bit more. But as there are different people laying flowers, I actually want to lift up the audio and then I'll read some of those comments coming in. So again, we're seeing the feed go inside, then outside, but again, reaction is also coming in from all over, and that includes the UK royal family. They said a message from the king following the demise of King Harold V of Norway. And again, it's kind of hard to read that, but it says it is with the most profound sadness that my wife and I have learned of the death of my dear cousin, the King of Norway. So I'm not quite sure if this is actually coming in from some of the family members there with the royal family in the UK, or if that is the royal family there in Norway. But either way, that is a statement right there on the left-hand side of your screen. What we're going to do right now is head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, but we will be right back with more live coverage on the other side. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, and we are approaching the top of the hour here on this Friday, 5:57 on the East Coast and 2:57 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and we continue to follow all of the latest developing news coming in out of Norway. That is where we know that King Harold has now died at the age of 89. We have been following all of the developments throughout the night over the past several hours. And what I want to do is pop this up once again as we have this live look outside of the palace. All right, wanted to bring you all of that information right there, all of the live images that are coming out of Norway at the palace as we learn that King Harald has died at the age of 89. Any new developments we will bring to you here on Live Now from Fox. Now, we are just past the top of the hour here, 6:02 on the East Coast and 3:02 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and there on the right-hand side of your screen, that is a live look over Niagara Falls, which, of course, flows into Lake Ontario, which is now, President Trump says, renamed Lake America, at least, of course, on the U.S. side. We saw President Trump sign an executive order just yesterday making this official, and I'll play that in just a second, as those remarks were fairly brief. But first, I want to pop up this message on Truth Social from President Trump last night, as he said, breaking news to Office of the Secretary, Department of the Interior, from Director, U.S. Geological Survey, that's the USGS, Lake America rename. Sir, as of 4:30 p.m. today, the U.S. Geological Survey has officially designated the former Lake Ontario to be renamed as Lake America in all official USGS electronic documents. And you see the photo there from the USGS on the left-hand side of your screen. The change will begin occurring in printed documents over the next several days. This change has also been made official in the Geographic Names Information System. Should you have any further questions, please contact me for clarification. Thank you, Ned. Dr. Ned Momoa, the Director of the U.S. Geological Survey, U.S. Department of the Interior. We also heard from Doug Burgum, who is the Secretary there of the Interior, who praised all of that as it was ongoing, saying that the name has officially changed. Now, we also got reaction coming in from the Prime Minister of Canada, saying that the name Lake Ontario comes from the Wendat word Ontario, which apparently means, quote, the lake is beautiful, the lake is big. The name is more than 400 years old, predating both the Confederation of Canada and the Declaration of Independence of the United States of America. We know that America is changing their trading relationships, their foreign policies, their national monuments, and their hydonyms. Canadians also know that naming reality means calling it Lake Ontario then, now, and always. Again, that is from Mark Carney, the Prime Minister of Canada. As I mentioned here, President Trump did make remarks about all of this, and I want to play those out for you now in case you missed them yesterday right here on Live Now from Fox. Take a listen.
You all set? Thank you very much. I just want to announce the stock market just hit another all-time high. That's the 81st time during a brief 1.5 years. And 401ks, likewise, they're at an all-time high. So millions and millions of people are benefiting from this incredible economy that we're creating. We're building right now a record number of plants, factories. Car companies are moving back, as you know. Honda announced and Toyota announced they're moving in from Mexico. They're coming here. And numerous plants are coming in from Canada. They'll be announced shortly, but numerous plants are coming in to the United States from Canada. Also Japan, South Korea, and Germany. So we're doing things that nobody's ever done before. But the stock market just hit 81 times in a short 1.5 period. It's just hit its all-time high again. I want to congratulate Darlene Graham on her tremendous victory on Tuesday night. And she's sailing now. She's really doing great. She's still got to run against a radical left lunatic. And the South Carolina people are not going to stand for that. I know South Carolina very well. I won it every time by record numbers, have the all-time record by millions of votes. But I just want to congratulate Darlene for having run really a great race. And she's going to be a great senator, and the people love her. There's something about her that's very special. She's got a little Lindsay in there somewhere, got good genetics. So Lindsay's looking down very, very happy and very proud of her sister. So congratulations, Darlene. And finally, I guess the purpose of this more than anything else is we're going to be changing the name of Lake Ontario, effective immediately, to Lake America. That's going to take place right now as I sign the order. Do you have anything to say about it, Ben?
Yes, sir. So this is a straightforward but important executive order. It directs Secretary Burgum and the Department of the Interior to update the Geographic Names Information Service to reflect that the lake once known as Lake Ontario will, from this day forward, be known as Lake America. This is a lake that has most of its volume in the United States. The deepest parts of the lake sit in United States territory, so this will reflect that this is an American lake.
Thank you. Okay. Okay. Thank you very much. And we filed all the necessary papers, documents, everything else. We notified all of the various people that we have to notify. So we've done everything that you have to do. And this is official, effective immediately. Do you have any questions, anybody?
Mr. President,
Yes.
that video you put up yesterday, you crossing out Lake Ontario and writing Lake America, it's been seen by about 30 million people, maybe more, across all the social media platforms. What message are you sending to Canada with this move today, and why was this such an important thing for you to do?
It's an interesting question. No message. As you know, Canada's been ripping us off for a long time on trade, very sadly. Even the military, we defend Canada for nothing. We don't get anything. They don't pay us to defend Canada, but we defend Canada. And they understand that. As an example, we bought icebreakers. They'd like to use them. We have 11 brand new icebreakers coming in. They'd like to use the icebreakers. They don't pay for anything. And they want to be treated like a state, but they're not a state. But they want to be treated like they're a state. And so we just can't do that anymore. We lose, on average, over the last 15 years, $60 billion a year carrying Canada. So we just can't do it anymore. We love the people of Canada. I don't think their representatives do an appropriate job. Maybe they'll change. I really don't know. It doesn't make much difference. But we can't let the whole Canadian thing that's been going on for decades, and it has to come to a stop. So we're going to be doing tariffs on their cars that are coming in at a substantial level, because we want to make the cars here. We don't want, if they can make their own cars if they want, and they can continue to make their cars for Canada, but we don't want them to make cars for the United States of America. It's very simple. Likewise, many other products. So the lake change, Lake of America, was something I've been thinking about for a long time, actually. As you know, we took something called the Gulf of Mexico. We changed it, and now it's very routinely the Gulf of America. So if you think about it, we have a Gulf and we have a lake. Now all we need is an ocean. So maybe we'll have to change the name of the Atlantic and/or the Pacific. Maybe we'll change them both.
Why are you so focused on doing things like this towards America's allies instead of doing things that...
Well, they haven't treated us well. The Canadian officials have treated us very badly. They're nasty people. They charge our farmers 400% tariffs. They've been doing it for a long time. And I had them figured out in my first term, and I did some pretty strong things and had it getting pretty good. And then the election was rigged, and now I'm coming back and doing it the way and finishing the job. But they treat us very badly. Canada treats us very badly. I would say that of all countries, as you know, we have President Xi coming in a couple of weeks. We deal with a lot of people. And people oftentimes, they'll ask me, who's the worst to deal with on trade? And I said, that's easy, Canada. They are the worst to trade. And they feel entitled, and just we can't have that.
Mr. President, Ted Cruz keeps teasing a 2020 presidential run. You've run against him for president. Do you think he could be president? What's your reaction to that?
You say he's going to run? Or?
He's teasing at 20. He's talking about it.
You don't mean 2020, but you mean...
2028.
Yeah. I would say that he's very talented. He's a very good friend of mine. I think he might do that, yeah.
Mr. President,
He's a talented guy.
Mr. President, what's your reaction?
What would you say to those who are concerned a trade dispute with Canada could affect American affordability ahead of midterms?
Well, ultimately, it's going to be very good for us. because we're losing, when you talk about affordability, we're losing $62 billion a year on average with Canada. And if you really look at it, we're losing more than that. It's too much. It's too much. We can't lose that. We don't want to lose that. We don't want to lose it anymore.
Mr. President, has Vladimir Putin agreed or committed to not attacking a NATO territory?
I've had good talks with him. He's not going to be attacking a NATO territory.
Mr. President,
the Supreme Court earlier this week ruled on mail-in ballots, and there are states like North Carolina that have ballots that go out next week. How are states supposed to implement this?
Well, they're able to. North Carolina's great. It's a great place. I wanted to go 3 times. They do some mail-in ballots, but basically they ruled on the legitimacy and the way we want to make them legitimate. And it was a great ruling for the Republicans.
Why is
to deliver a warning to Russia not to attack NATO territory during his...
Well, I don't want to comment on that, but they're not going to attack.
What's your reaction to the Americans missing in Nepal?
Oh, it's terrible. No, and we've called Nepal and we've offered any help that they need. You know, we have a very good relationship with Nepal, and that was a brutal, that wasn't just, that was mud and water as a mixture. Nobody's ever seen anything quite like that. We're very powerful, strong, strong, well-built buildings were wiped out like they were toothpicks. That's a terrible thing. No, we are sending aid, and we've spoken to the leadership, and we let them know anything they want we'll have. And there were 50, maybe 60 Americans over there. We haven't gotten a full list yet, but hopefully they're okay. But that looks like something that people will not be. Somebody will be lost, unfortunately.
There is reports that Vladimir Putin is meeting with the president of Iran to talk about a nuclear agreement next week. Is there concern in the administration, in the White House, that these countries aren't taking economic D-Day seriously, that they're going to continue doing business with Iran despite the warnings?
No, Iran is right now, they're not paying their troops. They're in deep trouble. They have very little capacity. Last night we took 24 boats through the strait. We're taking them through all the time. I say it very openly. It doesn't mean we're finished with the military, but we are. The strait is open, as you know. The Strait of Hormuz is open. We have control, and we have the blockade. Iran's not getting anything. Nothing is going through. Not one ship has gotten through.
Will you punish Putin or Russia if they continue
to do business? Well, it depends. So far, I think Russia's behaved quite well, having to do with the Strait of Hormuz. And you have to understand, for everything they do, we do also. You know, somebody was saying about China, what about China? We hear they're spying. We spy on them too. That's the way it goes.
Why not sanction Chinese banks, though, who are doing business?
Well, who said I'm not? You said, why not? I mean, who said I'm not? You don't know if I'm doing it. Well, I don't have to announce everything, do I?
Mr. President, sir, about what other leaders have you spoken to about this pressure campaign to get them to cut off ties with Iran?
About Iran? Mm-hmm. There's not a lot to speak to. We don't want to speak to them. We're not looking to meet or anything. The strait is open. We're taking a lot of boats. Millions and millions of barrels of oil are coming out of the strait every day. Other countries recognize that. Every once in a while they shoot some, they put some shots out. We totally cleared the strait of, we have the best minesweepers in the world, the underwater minesweepers. And we've totally cleared the strait of mines. And we're watching very closely through Space Force, which is one of my things, one of my many things. But we're watching, we see every inch of the strait. And any boat goes in with a mine, we see it. And we take it out. We've taken out 2 of them. Thank you. So I'll be going to Texas, and we're working very hard. We want to win that race. He's running against a man who should never be. We have a very good candidate, Ken Paxton, and he's running against Telefrico, they call him, because he is a little freaky, and that's not a man that represents the value of Texas. So I'm going to help Ken Paxton. And I'm going to spend a lot of time in Texas. I have the all-time highest vote in the history of Texas also. And I'm going to spend some time there. We're going tonight. Some of you are going with me. Thank you very much, everyone.
All right, so some brief remarks and questions there in the Oval Office. That was President Trump just yesterday there, taking a lot of questions about a variety of topics, but he said the main issue there was to sign that executive order that officially changed the name of Lake Ontario over to, quote unquote, Lake America. The USGS saying they have already changed the name officially on all of their different maps. And we are, of course, hearing that some of the other electronic maps, the GPSs that are used, could change that soon as well. So we asked the question here because we love to hear from you at home. We want to know what you think. All you have to do is go to livenowfox.com/connect and hit that Vote Now tab. Or if you want to make it a little easier, you can whip out your phone there and scan that QR code on the bottom right-hand side of your screen. Again, once you get there, you are going to want to hit the Vote Now tab. And the question we're asking is, do you support President Trump's decision to change the name of Lake Ontario over to Lake America? As of right now, 62% of you say yes and 38% say no. So again, pull out your phone, scan that QR code on the bottom right-hand side of your screen, and make sure to have your voice heard. As we pop up a live look over the White House once again at this hour, want to remind you that 11 a.m. Eastern Time, President Trump will be over at those Artemis Awards, the Space Awards, as he makes remarks again, 11 a.m. Eastern Time. So we'll make sure to bring those to you here on Live Now from Fox as they get underway. Right now, we are going to head to a quick break here at 6:18 on the East Coast and 3:18 on the West Coast, as today marks 6 months since the start of Operation Epic Fury as the U.S. and Israel came together to strike Iran. We are going to bring you all of the latest, including some brief remarks made by Admiral Brad Cooper as he says the Strait of Hormuz is open, and also provided a little bit more information about where things stand. We'll be right back in just 2 minutes. Stick with us. And welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. It is 6:21 on the East Coast and 3:21 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I do want to get you back to some of the big stories that we are covering here at this hour. And as I mentioned just a bit earlier today, I can tell you that today marks 6 months since the start of Operation Epic Fury, of course, as the U.S. and Israel came together to strike Iran. So all of this here developing as we continue to get additional information. There on the right-hand side of your screen, a live look over the Strait of Hormuz, as we heard from President Trump during those remarks that we played for you, that the strait is U.S. operated and is officially open, also cleared. of minds. So what I want to do is pop this up on your screen, because as we follow all of the latest developments coming in out of that region, we have this new quote coming in courtesy Iran International English as they work to basically translate all of this. They are essentially saying, this is from Iran's vice president, that he said he would have stopped uranium enrichment if he had known the U.S. would kill Iran's Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei. And the remarks were carried by Iranian state media and then translated by Iran International English. Now, he said, quote, "If it were me and I knew America would martyr our leader, I would have stopped enrichment," end quote. This comes as Iran's president added this week that no Muslim country should allow its territory to be used for attacks on another Islamic country. The remarks at the Islamic Unity Conference came just days after President Trump and U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent announced what they call an economic D-Day with sanctions for Iran and any country that chooses to help it. Now, as I mentioned here, we did hear from CENTCOM Commander, that is Admiral Brad Cooper, just yesterday. He posted this late yesterday, and it's only about 3 minutes in length, but he updates where everything stands 6 months later. Take a listen.
Hi, I'm Admiral Brad Cooper, Commander of U.S. Central Command, here with an operational update on 2 ongoing missions in the Middle East. Many of our 50,000 U.S. troops operating across the region are doing outstanding work executing the naval blockade against Iran while maintaining commercial traffic flow through the Strait of Hormuz. As recently announced, the U.S. military has achieved a major milestone in the Strait of Hormuz. We have successfully cleared sea mines in the Strait's international shipping lanes that were laid months ago by Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. Internationally recognized transit routes in the Strait are free of Iranian sea mines thanks to the incredible work of the U.S. military. Let's take a look at exactly what this means. Here's a nautical chart of the Strait of Hormuz and surrounding seas. It's frequently used by mariners around the world and clearly identifies the internationally recognized traffic separation scheme, which you see labeled on the chart as TSS. A traffic separation scheme is a highway system for ships on the ocean. Here on the chart, a dividing line is shown and placed between lanes with opposing traffic directions to keep ships safely apart in the narrow waterway. These are the long-standing lanes international shipping has historically used to transit the Strait of Hormuz. And over the past few months, our forces meticulously and quietly cleared them of sea mine threats using a combination of Navy divers, Navy SEALs, and U.S. air power from the Army, Navy, Air Force, and Marine Corps. The circumstances were challenging and dangerous to say the least, but we got the job done. Bottom line, today, international shipping lanes are open and momentum is building. Over the past several months, U.S. forces have assisted nearly 1,500 commercial vessels in transiting the strait by providing coordinated protection. Those ships were carrying nearly 750 million barrels of crude oil destined for global energy markets, which is a massive volume. And while American forces have supported 750 million barrels of crude oil leaving the Gulf, Iran has exported zero oil from its shores since we resumed the naval blockade in mid-July. We have been highly effective. No ships have entered or left an Iranian port without our permission, and we have only allowed ships to pass through on humanitarian grounds, which is a credit to the dedication and professionalism of our sailors, Marines, and airmen in particular, executing this complex mission. Since resuming the blockade, thousands of U.S. service members operating more than 20 warships and hundreds of aircraft have sustained our success, turning around 75 vessels attempting to run the blockade and disabling 3 vessels that did not comply when directed. CENTCOM forces have demonstrated time and time again that we are laser focused on this mission. We remain vigilant, lethal, and resolved. During a recent trip to the region, I saw firsthand how our brave men and women continue to answer the call. I had the privilege to recognize and thank our troops personally for their extraordinary service. We've asked them to stay ready, and that's exactly what they are doing. I just could not be prouder of their efforts, and I know that the American people share in that same pride. So to all our service members, keep up the great work. Continue to take care of one another, and Godspeed. Thanks so much.
All right, that was Admiral Brad Cooper. And as far as what he had to say, the Israel War Room did a good breakdown here. It says, according to CENTCOM Commander Admiral Brad Cooper, the U.S. military has cleared all Iranian sea mines from international shipping lanes in the Strait of Hormuz. U.S. forces have escorted nearly 1,500 ships carrying nearly 750 million barrels of crude oil through the strait in recent months. Iran has exported zero oil since the U.S. resumed its naval blockade. No ships have entered or exited an Iranian port without U.S. permission. The only ships the U.S. has allowed through were granted passage on humanitarian grounds. U.S. forces have redirected 75 vessels attempting to violate the blockade and disabled 3 vessels that did not comply with directions. So again, that is kind of the update that's coming in at this point from those folks there with the Israel War Room provided by that CENTCOM statement from Admiral Brad Cooper. Now, we're also getting some other reaction in as Iranian Foreign Minister said today that diplomacy with the U.S. could be put back on track if Washington changed its approach toward Tehran. He said, quote, putting diplomacy back on track isn't impossible. He posted this on X, and then it was translated, of course, by Iran International English. He had just spoken there with Qatar's prime minister and foreign minister. Important to note that Qatar is acting as a mediator between the U.S. and Iran, though no direct or even indirect talks have been set up or scheduled at this point. There could be some activity that's taking place behind the scenes. However, at this point, we are not aware of any of that. Now, he said progress depended on the United States recognizing that, quote, pressure doesn't work, and called on Washington to, quote, build trust, speak respectively, acknowledge our rights and uphold commitments. We continue to follow all the latest developments here on the situation with Iran. Again, today marking 6 months of that U.S. war on Iran. We will bring you all of the updates in real time. Right now, we are going to head to a quick break at 6:29 on the East Coast and 3:29 on the West Coast. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 6:31 on the East Coast and 3:31 on the West Coast. I do want to take you out to some breaking news that we are following here. Now, the death toll once again rising after deadly floods in Nepal near the border with China, specifically Tibet. And I want to remind you that some of this video is very hard to watch because you can see the rushing waters, the mud everywhere, homes even being ripped off of their foundations, and also the water washing out bridges like this as people run for safety. Now, we also know that more than 60 Americans are among the 1,500 people reported missing, and Nepal's National Disaster Management Authority just announcing moments ago the death toll now stands at 538, but that number only expected to rise as the search and rescue and search and recovery efforts continue. We also know that at least 700 foreign tourists are among the missing in that catastrophe near Nepal's border with China's Tibet. We know helicopters are being used in the search. They're dropping tents, food, and other emergency supplies to thousands cut off in towns and valleys in that area. We have, of course, been checking in with our different partners here to bring us all of the latest, and we do have Smitha Prakash, editor-in-chief over at Asian News International, that is ANI, joining us now live to discuss all of this. And of course, Smitha, this is such a sad situation that we're seeing play out there over in Nepal and on the border with China.
Thank you, Josh. Yes, very distressing visuals which are coming out from Nepal. It happened on Wednesday, and all of Thursday there was rescue and relief efforts which were going on in Nepal. But as per an alert from the Nepal government just a short while ago, a breach has taken place in the newly formed barrier lake in Tibet, the region in control of China. Now, the alert about the second possible flood has come in early this time, as compared to on Wednesday. So people are being asked to immediately move to higher reaches. So Friday evening, fresh fears, another flood surge towards the lower riparian Nepal through the common river system of Tibet, Nepal, and parts of India. So authorities in Nepal have urged communities along the rivers to remain on high alert. Security personnel, rescue teams have been asked to move immediately to higher ground. So rescue efforts to save those affected by the Wednesday avalanche have been paused, and downstream in India, 2 towns and villages are on alert. Though so far water levels in India have not risen to flood alert markers. Remember, these rivers in India flow in from Tibet into Nepal and then further down into India. So the alert in India is that the water levels have not come to the flood alert markers as yet, but in Nepal they have. So all the information and visuals of devastation which you are showing and the rescue efforts that are coming in is basically from the Nepalese side. On the Tibetan side, which is in China's control, not much information available on either the death toll or the rescue and relief efforts which have been going on. Presumably even there people have been told to go on higher grounds. Communication lines, of course, down, so nobody really knows what's happening. Premier Li Xiang has traveled to the disaster region, is what the China-controlled television network is saying. Back to you, Josh.
And of course, you're looking at some of that dramatic video provided by Nepal's army, where you can see people who are being rescued there covered in mud. If you were watching at the start of the video and it's about to loop, you'll be able to see exactly one of those rescues as it took place. And again, this is a situation that we've seen kind of play out all over that region at this point. Can you talk a little bit more for folks out there, and you touched on this, but about the aftermath and the fact that it's far from over?
It's far from over. You know, this has happened last year too, when similar kind of floods took place in exactly the same region. It's, you know, the geography of this area is something which is, you know, the area is prone to these kind of unstable glaciers, which come in right from the top. It's very steep, very fragile mountain range. Ecologically, it is perfect for these kind of disasters. Unfortunately, what happened now, the Wednesday flood, of course, the possible second wave, they were caused by natural triggers, Josh. But you know, the glacial collapse information is trickling in that it was possibly amplified due to hydrological modifications and infrastructure activity by China in this region, in the Tibetan region, north of Nepal. Environmentalists have been warning about massive Chinese hydropower projects under construction in this area, which is ecologically very vulnerable. And vloggers, mountaineers who've been going in this region, they've been posting on social media for a couple of years now on social media that Chinese construction teams have been conducting blasting, large-scale construction activity, and they've been querying, is this safe, is it not? Nobody really knows as yet, and no studies have been conducted in that region because China doesn't allow activity to happen which is not tightly controlled. They built several dams and hydropower projects across Tibet, now in Chinese control over the years. So the ecological impact on the river systems, on infrastructure development in this Himalayan region is something environmentalists have been concerned about. Another point that security analysts have made is that despite the fact that Nepal and China have friendly ties, Beijing did not send any emergency notification on Wednesday to Nepal when the water level spiked. And the communities around this river system were caught completely unaware. So you have hundreds of people who are dead or missing when this huge wall of water and mud came down the mountains. Today, however, the notification has come in and several hours of head start, which will possibly save dozens of lives. Back to you, Josh.
I do want to pop this up, too, because it kind of goes to what we're talking about here. This is from Reuters just coming in as Nepal and China are warning of fresh flooding risks in the Himalayas after a glacier collapse created two barrier lakes on either side of their border, threatening to burst as the region grapples with catastrophic flooding. And you're saying that this is already kind of developing even since this post was made because you have those waters that are sweeping through again. Does it sound as though we could see a similar situation play out to what we saw just several days ago?
Well, that is what Nepal says, that's the warning they have received from China, that this newly formed glacier, this newly formed lake could overflow, and warnings have come in. So, that's, of course, now the scientific community will probably examine as to how it happened. But the fresh flood that is possibly happening now is already something that Nepal and China have warned their people to move to higher ground because of that. Now, satellite data is also emerging now, and analysts have concluded that a large section of the glacier which fell roughly about a kilometer or two vertically, that generated an enormous amount of this avalanche and debris flow. And that caused these lakes to form. Now, those lakes are overflowing as of today. One lake at least is overflowing, and satellite imagery is tracking the other lake too. So this ice rock avalanche and the debris flow which happened into the valley on Wednesday can again happen today. So late this evening or tomorrow morning, by the time those flooding waters come from southern Tibet into Nepal. So earlier, if you remember, on Wednesday, there was a seismic signal that came out. So initially it was interpreted that maybe it's a possible earthquake that happened. But then everybody realized within a couple of hours that it wasn't an earthquake, it was a glacier collapse. And now the warning has come in that that glacier collapse, which caused a new lake formation, that lake formation is going to overflow.
As far as the aid that's coming in, it sounds as though even though all of this is still playing out, you have aid that's coming in from the U.S. President Trump said they're going to dedicate resources, but also several other countries are providing that aid, again, while all of this is playing out, right?
Correct. So several countries have pitched in because there are citizens from more than a dozen countries who are missing. I'm still going to say missing because they have not yet found the people who are missing. So everybody has pitched in and asked to help. But strangely, Nepal has declined efforts from from India, China, who are the immediate neighbors, and other countries, saying that, it causes confusion. They have past experience and they are asking funds to be released to the Nepalese Prime Minister's Relief Fund, and they will be the ones in charge. India has, of course, sent a couple of aircraft filled with food and relief material, which can be disbursed. India's also sent in its security officials who can help and aid Nepal. India and the Nepalese army work in close coordination. So there have been some, but Kathmandu's previous experience shows that, it just causes a lot of chaos when people from different countries come in out there and pitch in their relief efforts. So they would rather have them in charge and relief measures in this form of money and material to be diverted through them. So that's the first response from Nepal that we've heard so far.
Is there any maybe misunderstandings, misinformation that you think folks out there need to know about the situation that's playing out right now? Because a lot of times when you have a tragic situation like this, you start to get folks that are kind of putting false information online, and other people are seeing it and they believe it.
Yes, absolutely, Josh, because, the first day there was a lot of social media postings on the horrific visuals which came out, and it seemed like there would be no survivors, but there were hundreds of people who were saved, who had not been in the place where they were expected to be, which is at the border crossing between Tibet and Nepal, because there were these pilgrims who were going into a certain area, a lake, which is considered auspicious at this time of the year to go in, but many of them were not there at that time. They were expected to be there. So a lot of panic had set in at that moment because the death toll was expected to be higher. So I think it is necessary to maintain calm and wait for the numbers and the information to come in from Nepal before panic sets in among friends and relatives who are unable to contact, because right now the communication lines are down. That's one thing. Second, if there's anybody who has booked tickets for mountaineering expeditions, for tourism purposes into this region, they should put a halt for that. I don't think Nepal is in a position to host any mountaineering expeditions now for the next couple of weeks at least. And that area is unsafe till the monsoons are over and till this region is declared safe by Nepal. So if anybody has booked tickets to go there for tourism purposes, religious tourism or adventure tourism, that needs to be put on halt for some time now.
And it sounds as though officials, of course, just updating there in Nepal, the numbers saying 538 people are now confirmed dead, 1,500 or more are reported missing. So I have to imagine, as officials seem to be indicating, that death toll, sadly, is going to continue to rise here as those recovery efforts continue.
Yes, that's right. And also the weather conditions are not bad in Kathmandu, which is the capital. So flights will take off and families will be able to get the bodies of their loved ones soon. All embassies are functioning in Kathmandu. They are aware. They are working in tandem with the Nepalese government for relief and rescue efforts and to bring back home those who are injured, those who are survivors from this tragedy which has occurred in Nepal.
And we're going to keep an eye on the situation there as it develops, bring everyone the up-to-date information here. This is some of the aerial footage that has come out of that area. And again, as I mentioned here, we're taking a look at the Associated Press just putting this out, saying that Nepal's National Disaster Management Authority says the death toll in flash floods has risen to 538 people. Sadly, that number only expected to rise from here. Smitha, thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us. Of course, we always appreciate you and our friends over at ANI speaking with us. Anything we missed, anything that you want to make sure we add here about any of this before I let you go?
Well, the only thing I want to say is that there are hundreds of these glacial lakes sitting above the valleys, and it's a glacier retreat, and it's a very pretty region. But there is loose rock. There are dams which can fail suddenly. So, these are potential dangerous glacial lakes, though they are very beautiful. But once I think China and Nepal will get their act together, I'm sure that, these crucial risk areas, which are upstream rivers in Tibet, the settlements, the infrastructure, once those are in place, Nepal and China will have some kind of a robust mechanism of warning each other when these kind of events take place.
Exactly. Thank you so much, Smitha, for taking the time to join us. We definitely appreciate it.
Thank you.
And as we take a look at some of that video coming in, again, this is drone footage. You also have different aircraft that are flying overhead to gather the images from over the last 48 hours since all of this unfolded. And if you are just joining us, I want to go over some of the basics here of what we've learned as that death toll continues to rise here. We just learned from officials in Nepal that they have increased that death toll to 538, but about 1,500 people still reported missing. Some of this video is very graphic, as you're seeing not just the floodwaters rushing in, but you're also going to see people as they're running, trying to get to safety here, to higher ground as all of this plays out. So viewer discretion is advised. As far as what we heard, Nepal's National Disaster Management Authority has been the one updating the numbers there as folks are rescued, or basically as they're maybe recovered from the water as well. There have been families that are reporting their loved ones are missing, some of them Americans, as we heard from here just about 24 hours ago on Live Now from Fox 2 sisters whose parents are from the Dallas, Texas area. They have not been located at last check, but we are continuing to bring you all of the updates as they come in. Now, the New York Post saying that about 90 Americans are still missing there after the Nepal flash floods killed hundreds. So U.S. officials providing that update. The U.S. State Department has been informing people of what they need to do if they do have a loved one who's missing, or if they do somehow have internet access and are trapped there over in Nepal. Something that Smitha mentioned that's important to note here is the fact that we don't really have a lot of information coming in out of Tibet, which was also impacted by this. So we don't know if there is a death toll there, if there are injuries, people missing. None of that information has been provided just yet. So again, as officials do reach that area and release more details, we will pass them along to you in real time. Right now, I do want to head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, but we will have more coverage here on our top stories on the other side. Stick with us. And welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. We are approaching the top of the hour here, 6:51 if you're over on the East Coast and 3:51 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'll be here for the next hour as we continue to follow all of your top stories and live events from across the country and across the world. And it's important to note that we are following still the death here of Norway's King Harald. He died just hours ago at the age of 89. That is according to the palace, and his son officially now becoming king. I want to pop up just some of the posts that are coming in here. It says, I am deeply saddened by the passing of His Majesty King Harald V. Norway has lost a beloved king and a unifying figure who dedicated his life to his country and people. My heartfelt condolences to the royal family and to the people of Norway. Estonia mourns with you. So again, leaders there in Estonia that are posting. We're also hearing from others there in Estonia as it says that they mourn His Majesty King Harald V, a devoted monarch and a steadfast friend of our country. We remember his 1998 state visit and his lasting contribution to close Estonian-Norwegian ties. My deepest condolences to Queen Sonja, the royal family, and the people of Norway. So all of this reaction is going to continue to come in, but we do have Ursula von der Leyen as well with the European Commission. My condolences to the people of Norway following the passing of His Majesty King Harald V. For more than 3 decades, he served his country with warmth, humility, and an unwavering sense of duty. In moments of joy and sorrow, he brought Norwegians together. He was a true European and a lifelong servant of his people. My thoughts are with Queen Sonja, the Crown Prince, the royal family, and the people of Norway. So again, that is Ursula von der Leyen. She is the EU Commission president. Just some of the remarks that are coming in. Now, we do have this live look at this hour. This is coming in from outside the palace. We know that this is what's called a mixed feed. So they are essentially taking images from both inside and outside as different remarks are made. Of course, there is no English translation there, but if they do take the camera and point it the other way, there you go, you are going to see just how many people, we're talking hundreds, possibly thousands, have gathered there outside of the palace to pay their respects. There is a makeshift memorial that's been set up with flowers, photos, balloons, teddy bears. There are a lot of different materials, so to speak, that have been placed outside of the palace as those folks there in Norway remember King Harald V, who has passed away, according to the palace, at the age of 89. And if you're not too familiar with the king here, who he is, and what his accomplishments were, we know that he went into exile in the U.S. as a child during the Nazi occupation of his homeland and actually refused a string of European noblewomen to marry his school sweetheart. Of course, that was years ago, and the palace confirming his death at the National Hospital in Oslo at 6:35 a.m. local time. He was Europe's oldest monarch, and the popular king modernized the royal house, but refused to follow in the footsteps of other monarchs who have abdicated in recent times. As we mentioned earlier, his son automatically became the king. Like other royal houses in Europe, the Norwegian monarchs serve a largely symbolic role, enjoying that celebrity status, while, of course, the real power in the democracy of 5.5 million rests with an elected parliament. He was crowned after his British-born father died in January of 1991 and reigned during an oil and gas-driven economic boom in his country. Again, you can see just how beloved he is right there. All of those people that have gathered outside of the palace, and I want to lift up the audio briefly to just kind of listen in here. I wanted to bring you some of the sights, the sounds there. You can see just how many flowers are sitting outside of the palace. As I mentioned, there's photos, stuffed animals, Norway's flag out there. So people are likely to be stopping by over the next several hours and honestly over the next several days. As we get information about any funeral arrangements, things of that nature, we will let you know here on Live Now from Fox and bring you those live images. Right now, we are going to head to our final break of the hour, but we will be right back with more Live Now from Fox on the other side. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. The time is 6:59 if you are joining us over on the East Coast and 3:59 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'll be here for the next hour as we break down all of your top stories and live events from across the country and the world. And right here, I want to pop up this live look over the Capitol, a beautiful sunrise at this hour, as we talk a little bit about what's going to happen in Washington today. Well, actually, President Trump is leaving Washington. He's going to head over to Texas. And as far as what we can expect from him today at 11 a.m. Eastern time, he is going to be holding an event, making remarks here at the Artemis Award ceremony. And I want to go a little bit more in depth into that, because that is going to be essentially an event, the Artemis II Congressional Space Medal of Honor ceremony, and it's going to take place at the NASA Lyndon B. Johnson Space Center over in Houston. So that's where President Trump is going to be a bit later on today. Those remarks, 11 a.m. Eastern time, and that is 10 a.m. local time. Now, as far as what else is happening today, over there in Washington, we are going to have the March on Washington 2026. It's called Defend the Vote, and there are going to be a lot of different speakers there, including Reverend Al Sharpton, Martin Luther King III, other folks as well. Now, this is being billed as a, quote, nonpartisan, unified mobilization of labor, clergy, youth organizers, and community leaders from across the country at a moment of urgency, end quote. Again, that is slated to start here in just about an hour at 8 a.m. Eastern Time. Want to take a live look here? This is over New York City at this hour as we learn that later on today we can expect that the United Nations is going to meet for an emergency meeting taking place that is 3 p.m. Eastern Time. And it's all related to quote unquote gang violence and what we've seen kind of play out there in different countries. So they called an emergency meeting of the UN Security Council that is set for 3 p.m. So we should be getting some live images that are coming in out of that area. Now, we also have this live look that's coming in out of Nepal as we continue to follow all of the developments there. I want to try to lift up the audio just to see if we can hear anything. Take a listen.
सोलर वाला हो पावर सोलर यो कुनामा ठोकेर उता धेरै हाल्छ नत्र यो बस्नु सब उडा यो ढिकमा ठोकेर बोलाउँदा मान्छे बसेरै छैन यतातिर पनि पुल थियो होला न यही खोलाइ छेउको चाहिँ बचेको घर ल्याउनलाई उता पाहाड है
And I just wanted to bring you some of the audio there coming in out of Nepal. Again, that is a live look at some of the images that we have coming in at this hour. But of course, viewer discretion is advised as some of the images that we will show you are absolutely devastating. You can see this one right here that we showed you a bit earlier on today. And that is, again, a graphic video warning because you can see as the rushing water washes away bridges, people essentially running to higher ground, trying to get to safety as all of this was playing out just about 48 hours ago. Now, officials there in Nepal confirming the death toll has once again gone up. They are saying 538 people have died. There are about 1,500 people who have been reported missing, and approximately 90 of those are believed to be Americans. Right now, I do want to bring in Jasmine Oshha, an activist there on the ground in Nepal, who is following all of this as it's played out here. And Jasmine, I know you have a lot going on here, so thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us today.
Thank you for having me. So firstly, I want to say all my deep condolences to the family who have lost their life and wish for a speedy recovery to those people who have been injured due to this situation.
And I wanted to ask you if you can kind of tell me what the situation is like there at this moment, 48 hours later on the ground there in Nepal.
So right now I'm watching that rescue operation is continuing. Security personnel and along with local volunteers are working to clear the road. Persons rescued are being reintegrated to their families and friends. Until now, more than 547 deaths bodies are reached. Identification of dead body are challenging, but a dedicated team are on it. Nepal government is trying its best to manage the aftermath situation.
As far as some of the videos that are coming out, they are very tough to watch. They show just the devastation that has taken place as it was happening, and then the aftermath there as homes, buildings destroyed, and so many lives are lost there in Nepal at this hour. So I wanted to ask you about the aid that's coming into that area. How are crews able to get to some of these areas? Is that clear just yet? Because I also have to imagine that there are some areas they just can't get to.
So it is almost impossible to reach the far northern side of Nepal that is Rosua. Communities are also only being able to reach Nuakot, which is nearby capital city. Communities are still struggling to reach the most devastated site right now.
And as you're looking at these different videos that are coming in, you have these rescues that are taking place. You mentioned that those are still happening and will likely be happening for a while. Does this truly capture the situation on the ground when you see some of these images, or is it even harder to really grasp when you're there in Nepal on the ground?
So, if I look at the situation, it's very unpredicted. Like houses, public buildings, roads, bridges, all are completely devastated in the scale that never has been in Nepal before this. So, the biggest challenge that is in the ground right now is that Nepal government has put first priority in rescue. That is largely unknown yet, because all of the focus is only on rescue of the trapped people. So biggest challenges that rescue team is facing right now is that lack of rescue helicopters and personal's broken communication networks. There is a problem of medical emergency handling, and identification of found dead body is also very difficult, and unknown status of missing people. So electricity grid is highly affected, and in capital also we will be facing load shedding very soon, which will add more difficulty on the existing situation right now.
And this all, of course, when you're talking about a flash flood, it came on very, very quickly. At the time, was it raining? What was going on right before all of this happened?
So before all of this happened, we heard that there was also no early warning was not given that properly. So due to the challenge of this also, weather was not that bad. Also, weather was good as far as I know. So before that, this situation came completely very unknowingly, because you never know this type of landslide, flooding. This situation never. It's never predictable that it will come. Yeah.
What about other landslides, other flooding? Is that a major concern right now for folks there?
So yeah, right now, biggest thing is that this is not a normal disaster. It is the visible impact of climate change, which is seen in the Himalayas, that provide water to nearly 2 billion people. So we are soon going to see impacts of climate change on little more than 1/4 population of the world. It will significantly change the human settlement system across the world, including migration frame, farming system, and ecological balance in overall system.
And again, you are taking a live look here over Nepal. And I just wanted to ask you before I let you go, is there anything that you want to make sure people out there are aware of as this whole situation continues to unfold there in Nepal? You have misinformation, disinformation that always seems to come out in a situation like this. So anything that you want to make sure people who are watching are aware of as to what's going on the ground there?
So, people who are watching, I want to say them that it's a completely damaged around 40 kilometers of road, make it nearly possible to reach the Nepal-India border villages right now. So many things have happened, like international agency mainly focused on providing direct monetary support to government. In terms of logistic, India has supplied the necessary logistic, and it is into the official distribution system of government of Nepal. So I want people who are watching me to know that it is a very devastating, and Nepal have faced a very um, big situation right now. So I just want to say people who are watching me that in case if they would help Nepal in a possible ways they can, then it would be really nice, and this should not flow more disinformation without having knowledge about the climate situation, disaster. So it is better to speak less rather than flowing disinformation and misinformation.
All right, Jasmine, thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us and to help discuss everything on the ground. Of course, we definitely hope that you are staying safe and your loved ones are staying safe. Thank you again for being here with us. We appreciate it.
Thank you for inviting, and thank you for covering Nepal. I hope that every people from your country will also support our country in this situation.
All right, thank you again.
Thank you.
We appreciate it. And you are taking a live look at this hour over that area in Nepal. Again, we are close to the Tibet border, where there's not a lot of information that's available just yet about the situation on the ground in Tibet. So what we have is coming in from the government of Nepal. They now confirm that 538 people have been recovered. Those bodies, they have been found dead. And we also know that about 1,500 people are still considered to be missing, and it appears about 90 of those are Americans. We are going to keep in touch with the emergency crews there, and we will bring you all of the latest information as we get it coming in from our friends there at Asian News International. They have been joining us here just about every day to break down all of the latest, but a lot of dramatic video that we've seen coming in. So not a lot going on in this video here 48 hours later, but there are concerns about additional flooding as well as landslides and things of that nature. Hard to believe, though, that this is what we're looking at. As we know, just 48 hours ago, we had this situation here. Again, graphic video as you see the waters rushing, knocking down a bridge, taking down that bridge right there in a matter of seconds. You see people who are running to safety. They're trying to get to higher ground as all of this plays out. And there were several different surveillance cameras that were rolling as all of this happened. And you can see just how fast the waters came up as they knocked out a parking garage there, a parking structure, took out vehicles, and sadly, lives were lost as a result. Again, that death toll now at 538 with about 1,500 people missing, including 90 Americans. We are going to head to a break here, 7:14 on the East Coast and 4:14 on the West Coast. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We will have much more coming up on the other side. Stick with us. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. The time is 7:16 on the East Coast, and it is 4:16 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I want to take you out to this beautiful shot over New York City as we get to the latest on a story that we have been following here on Live Now for several months, all the way back to March. And this video might look familiar to you if you have been following this as well. Now, a federal investigation found that 2 air traffic controllers left work early before an Air Canada jet crashed into a fire truck at LaGuardia Airport earlier this year. That reporting is coming from the Wall Street Journal, reporting that the FAA is moving to fire those air traffic controllers who they say left an hour before their shifts ended on March 22nd. Now, that led to the 2 controllers remaining at LaGuardia Tower not having any backup, so 2 left and 2 others were still there. 2 people died in the collision. 6 others had serious injuries. And I want to bring in a friend of the show to discuss all of this, the impact and, of course, what could happen next year. We do have Matthew Wiz Buckley, a U.S. Navy F/A-18 fighter pilot, Top Gun adversary pilot and graduate. He's also a former American Airlines, FedEx pilot, and founder of Top Gun Options. We always have him on to talk flight-related stories, and this is no different. Wiz, thank you so much for being here with us.
Morning, Josh. Thanks for having me.
Of course. And I have to ask you overall your thoughts as this report comes out and you find out that allegedly these 2 air traffic controllers left an hour early, and then you had 2 left by themselves, as there was also increased air traffic on that day.
Josh, my initial reaction is I'm furious. I am absolutely furious. 2 pilots died in this mishap. You and I have talked, for over a year now about aviation mishaps and how they are links in a chain. If you pull out one of these links, the mishap doesn't occur. In this case, staffing is obviously an issue, especially at an airport such as that. Another link in this chain, obviously, is the folks in the fire truck. Before you pull out onto an active taxiway or runway, you got to look left or right. So, but a big link in this chain are the air traffic controllers. They cleared this truck onto a runway where this Air Canada jet was landing. It's just an absolute disgrace. Now, the Air Traffic Controllers Union, of course, is going to fight to prevent these people from being fired. I just couldn't disagree more with unions and the federal government. The United States Marine Corps isn't unionized, and some people say, well, they have a pretty critical role in our nation's defense. Well, air traffic controllers have a pretty critical role in what's going on in this country as well. Josh, I remember the D.C. Mid-air collision between the Army Black Hawk and the American Airlines RJ. They say this tower was short-staffed as well. I think Secretary Duffy is kind of turned the lights on in the kitchen and is looking at all of this stuff. But it's really infuriating to me, Josh, is I'm not hearing too much out of some folks in this country who in the past year and a half have been frothing at the mouth that somehow President Trump is responsible for all these ATC staffing shortages. Well, maybe some staffing shortages are because people are splitting work early. Now, Josh, at a tactical level, let's break this down a little bit. The Air Traffic Controller Union and some folks are saying, well, this is a well-known industry practice. This is the way we've always done it. Well, guess what? We found out in the D.C. mishap when that helicopter hit the regional jet. Well, we've always been doing it this way, and nothing bad has happened to date, so we kept doing it. What it usually takes, Josh, sadly, in aviation is somebody dying or a plane crashing for us to turn the lights on in the kitchen and find out some of the why. Now, I really don't want to micromanage air traffic controllers, but let's dig into this really quick. Well, you know what we're doing, Wiz? Instead of giving a guy 2 breaks during his shift, we're going to let him take his break all the way at the end of his shift, and let's just say we'll let him go home early. You can't do that, and here's an example of why, Josh. You should be taking those breaks during your shift because, God forbid, something happens. Weather rolls in. Somebody gets sick in the tower. Something happens where, hey, call down to the break break room, get whizzed back up in the tower here. We're getting swamped. That's why you can't do this. So sadly, the FAA and Secretary Duffy, Transportation Department, is going to have to crack the whip here and crack down on this. So long answer, short question. My immediate reaction was I'm furious. 2 people died, and they let people go home early. So this is bad. But once again, aviation's a self-cleaning oven. When something bad happens, we have to learn from it to improve our execution.
And this might be a difficult question to answer overall because you already kind of touched on it, but what do you think needs to be the punishment here for these air traffic controllers?
You're fired. Period. And the supervisor who let them go home early. People died. People died, and they need to be held responsible here. But again, this is links in a chain, and this is a major link in the chain. But in the military, folks, we don't have a union. So if this was on a military base, whatever, people would be fired and held accountable. So I hope the Air Traffic Controllers Union doesn't go full, throttle in the other direction, protecting these folks who are clearly part of this mishap chain. But we'll see, Josh. I've seen reports on this type of stuff where it's like, well, it's either years for this to go through, or they won't. Maybe they'll be disciplined. But man, governments and unions just don't go together, in my opinion. If this was a civilian-run air traffic controller system, they would have been fired within minutes of finding out that they cut out early and somebody got killed. So accountability. Period. You have got to hold people accountable, especially when somebody dies.
Transparency. How important is that in a situation like this? Because we reported on the situation as it played out over in March. And of course, we're getting a lot of this information now coming in from that report that appears that it was given to the Wall Street Journal. That's where the reporting is coming from. So how important is it for the FAA, federal investigators there, to be transparent on an issue like this and let the public know exactly what happened?
Absolutely crucial to airline safety. We, the people sitting in the back of these airplanes, need to know. There's a lot of white knuckle flyers out there anyway right now, and worried about, oh my gosh, the air traffic controllers are short staffed and really overworked. Well, guess what happened, folks? So transparency is absolutely critical, and we're seeing the process work exactly how it's supposed to. Mishap occurs, investigation takes its course, and we start releasing findings and hopefully holding people accountable. So the system is working, and it's working pretty quick in this case, Josh. But as you kind of alluded to, I don't think these are formal results being released to the public right now. I think it got to the Wall Street Journal, but that doesn't hurt. That actually helps. Sunlight is the best disinfectant, especially when it comes to aviation safety. Every once in a while, you and I will talk about a mishap, and I'll get a little hate mail every once in a while. Like, you shouldn't say anything until the formal report comes out. That could not be any more wrong. In the aviation community, as an aviator, when something bad happens, we start speculating immediately. Why? Because it might impact current operations, right? If something happened, the Air India crash we're still trying to find out whether the guy turned the fuel switches off or the engines just decided to roll back out of the blue. So we speculate immediately in the aviation community. In the ready room of a fighter squadron, if we heard about a mishap, man, we start going things pretty quickly. So transparency is absolutely crucial in aviation to make the flying public feel a little better about this. But I guarantee you, most Americans are going to have the same reaction that I did, which is being pretty upset at this, that they let people go home early and 2 people died.
And Wiz, my final question, wanted to ask you here as we continue to kind of follow this. You touched on this again already, but do you believe that this will lead to some changes for air traffic controllers, but also in the aviation industry in general? Does it serve as a learning experience?
100%. We debrief every aviation mishap. Out of those mishaps will come action items. In the military, it's very directive. For commanding officer of this squadron or air wing or the commanding, I mean, it is laser-like in the recommendations where this should not happen again. We're seeing this in D.C. I saw this morning the Defense News released, the Marine One helicopter that allegedly, got too close to another one of these jets departing out of D.C. There were some comm issues. The Marine One crew tried to reach them for about 3 minutes, and there was some garbled comm or some problems with the comm systems, and it didn't happen. Guess what happened? Immediately, well, we're going to have a backup comm system or this. So lessons learned come out pretty quickly from these type of things, and I think the flying public can feel a little bit better about this. But I think the flying public, Josh, is going to feel a lot better when people are held accountable. A lot of that in the past years in this country where something bad happens, I was about to say celebrated, but that's the most horrific word I could use. The Abbey Gate anniversary. We recognize the Abbey Gate anniversary recently. Nobody 5 years later has still been held accountable for 13 Americans being killed at Abbey Gate, young men and women, and then days later, a knee-jerk reaction drone strike that killed 10 Afghani civilians and 7 children looking for water. We the people, we demand accountability, and when we see that, we feel better about our government.
All right. Matthew Wiz Buckley, as always, thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us. We appreciate it as always, and I know we will have you back, hopefully, under better circumstances.
Agreed. I'll talk to you later, Josh. See ya.
All right. See ya. And I want to take you out to some breaking news that we are following here at this hour. Not a lot of information, but you can see these live images that are just coming into the newsroom out of the London area. And what you're looking at is a whole lot of smoke. You can see it rising to the top of the skyline there, visible 4 miles. Now, all we know so far is that this appears to be a hotel fire and that 150 people have been evacuated after that fire at a 13-story hotel that is actually yards from Wembley Stadium. 6 fire engines and about 40 firefighters raced to that Holiday Inn over on Empire Way after the flames broke out on the 2nd floor. As for what started that fire, all of that remains under investigation, as right now crews are just working to put out the fire. Again, that is a 13-story Holiday Inn over on Empire Way, right next to Wembley Stadium in London. 150 people evacuated. No word on any injuries at this point or a cause, but we will most definitely keep you updated as we get additional information and live images coming into the newsroom. We do have to head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, but we will have a lot more live coverage on the other side. Stick with us. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. My name is Josh Breslow, and here on this Friday, I want to get you right back into some of the big stories that we are covering here at this hour. And you are taking a live look where we know that later on this morning, those jury deliberations will continue over in Massachusetts. This is day 2 of the deliberations in the trial of Lindsay Clancy. Her fate now in the hands of that jury. Both the prosecution and defense made their closing arguments on Thursday, each getting an hour, and then the case went to the jury. Clancy, of course, is accused of strangling her 3 young children at the family's home in 2023, then jumping from a second-story window, and that fall left her paralyzed. Of course, we have been following that 5-week trial as we wait to see exactly what the jury decides. Right now, I do want to bring in Kelly Hyman, a federal attorney. She wears a lot of hats, joining us here live to talk about everything. And Kelly, thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us.
Great to be with you.
And first off, I have to ask you, because a lot of folks have talked about the fact that she is accused of strangling her 3 young children. However, she has admitted to strangling her children. So that's not necessarily what this trial is about. It's not a trial about whether she did it. It's more about how it happened and, of course, what her state of mind was. So can you break that down for folks?
This case is about criminal responsibility, and what that means is, in fact, the defendant going to be held criminally liable for the death of her 3 children. Now, it's important to remember that the prosecution brings the case, and the prosecution has the burden. They have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt of the charges itself. And it's interesting, in Massachusetts, it's a little bit different than other states. So in this case, the defendant has asserted a insanity defense. That's what most people know it as. And so in most states, when someone asserts this, the defendant has the burden. And what that means is the defendant has to prove, in fact, that they had a mental defect. However, in Massachusetts, the prosecution has that burden. So not only do they have to bring the case and prove the case, they also have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that, in fact, that she knew exactly what she was doing at the time of the killing, that she should be held criminally responsible because she knew right from wrong and she understood the actions of what she did.
It's important to note yesterday that as the jury, right before they got the case here, they drew names randomly for the jurors. And of course, there were several alternates that now exist that are in there. How does that kind of work? How do you have these alternates? Now, they have sat through this entire trial. They have all the information as well. Do they likely sit back there with the jury as they deliberate and listen in? Do they have any voice if they're not chosen to be on the jury itself?
So let's talk about how it works in Massachusetts. So in Massachusetts, there are a certain amount of jurors that are selected, 18 jurors, and they don't know who's going to be the alternate. So they all listen to the evidence. Now, it's important to remember that the jurors do not discuss, and they're not supposed to discuss the case at all before jury deliberation. So no one knows how someone feels about something, or if they think, they're more leaning towards the prosecution or leaning more towards the defense. In Massachusetts, how they work in their law system is they put everyone's name in, and then they select the 6 alternates. And so what that means is they, in fact, will not deliberate. The 12 jurors, which are made up, it's been reported, of 9 females and 3 men, will go in their own room and deliberate. The alternates will sit outside. They won't leave. They won't hear what the deliberations are going on or have any input in it. But in fact, if one of the jurors has a family emergency, or one of the jurors get really sick and they no longer can do the duty, then you have an alternate who's listened to all the evidence presented, could take their place, kind of like a backup, a backup dancer or someone like that. They're waiting if something happens to the main jurors, and if something does, then they step in their place, and then at that point have an opportunity to discuss what they think and their thoughts and deliberate with the jury.
What about the outcome here? Assuming that if she is found guilty, what are the penalties? If she's found not guilty, how does all of that play out? Because it's not necessarily going to be prison time. If she's found not guilty, she could go to a psychiatric facility, correct?
That is correct. So the jurors have 5 options. So let's break it down on each option. The first option would be murder in the first degree. And what that means is she intentionally premeditated and planned and killed her children. Now, if in fact she's found guilty of first-degree murder, she will spend the rest of her life in prison without the possibility of parole. Second, if she is convicted of second-degree murder, which is a lower offense than first-degree murder, that means that she would spend the rest of her life in prison, but in fact that she would have the possibility of parole. And so that's a lower offense than the first-degree murder. Next would be manslaughter. Manslaughter means that there wasn't intent. Someone did something wrongfully or recklessly, and that is a lower offense. And if she's found guilty of that, she could spend up to 20 years in jail. Now, another alternative is not guilty at all. And if that's in fact, then she would be gone free, would not do any jail time or not be in any mental health institute. If she's found not guilty by a mental health or defect, criminally not responsible, then in fact she would spend time in a mental health facility, and then she would be evaluated to see potentially if in fact she has a cure, and then potentially could be let out. Those are the 5 options for the jury. Now, it's important to remember that the jury must all unanimously, all 12 of them, agree to either one of those charges. And so we're going to see how that plays out.
Have to ask you as well, because a lot of times you hear the phrase hung jury. Explain how that works and what happens if that is the case here.
So that means that the juries cannot come to an agreement. So if we talk about the 5 different charges, all 12 of the jurors, the 9 women and the 3 men, all have to agree. So that means all 12 of them have to say, yes, I believe it should be first-degree murder, it should be or second-degree murder or manslaughter, or not guilty by reason of insanity, or not guilty at all. And so the hung jury comes in if they can't all agree. Now, if that happens, sometimes the judge will go back to them and say, go back and deliberate some more and see if you can reach some kind of agreement. And then if they can't, then that's exactly when it happens. And what happens is the prosecution then has the opportunity to bring the charges again. So if that in fact happens, the prosecution could bring these charges and we could have another trial in this case.
Also, we know, of course, that this is going to play out. This is day 2 of the jury deliberations. I wanted to ask, as far as weekends go, is this a situation where we could see them continue to deliberate on the weekend, or do they just kind of go back and wait for Monday to hit? Well, actually, Monday's a holiday as well, so...
It's a possibility. We might get some questions back from the juror, which is always really interesting. And so then we kind of get an idea of what they're thinking. Now, it's important to remember that they have all the evidence back there with it, right? So in different jurisdictions, it differs. Sometimes the jurors have the evidence there. So they're probably sitting right now, talking about it, going over the evidence. People are the first time telling what they think, what evidence is important to them, how they feel about it as well. Maybe they'll go later in the evening. It's a possibility the judge might ask them to stay over the weekend as well, or say, no, we're going to end today and then come back on Monday. We're going to have to wait and see how this plays out.
And of course, I lied, because Monday is not a holiday. I was already thinking on the calendar that was Labor Day, but that's the Monday after. So everything likely to still happen there and operate on Monday. As far as any misinformation, anything that you think could kind of help folks out there understand the case, no question, whenever you have a case like this that is huge and people are paying such close attention to it, you essentially have folks who take to Twitter, social media in general, TikTok, all of that, and provide information that is not correct. So is there anything that you want to make sure people out there know?
That the jurors only look at the evidence presented in the case itself. So they're not supposed to go on social media. They're not supposed to, research something. If they look at something and they want to know what exactly, that means, they're supposed to rely solely on the evidence that's presented to them in the case. And it's also important to remember as well that they have the opportunity to take it back with them. They also have the written verdict form. And that's really key because that verdict form lays out exactly what questions they need to answer. And that's kind of a roadmap for them to, when they discuss it, to figure out, okay, do we find her criminally responsible? Yes or no? Is it first degree murder, second degree murder, or not guilty by mental defect, or in fact not guilty at all? So they're solely looking at their own universe of what the prosecution presented in the case.
All right, Kelly Hyman, thank you so much for taking the time to join us here. Anything that we were not able to cover that you want to make sure we do here before I let you go?
I think it's important to remember that people have really strong feelings about this case, one way or another, and so it's really important to think about that of how this affects people, not only the family and also the defendant, but her beautiful children that lost the lives. So go out there and hug your kids.
Definitely. Thank you again for taking the time to be here with us. We definitely appreciate it.
Great to be with you.
And again, you are taking a live look at this hour. This is outside of the courthouse there in Plymouth, Massachusetts, where we expect the jury deliberations will get back underway maybe a little over an hour. Obviously, cameras are not in there for that, but we do find out when the jury has maybe a question that they forward to the judge. They might be brought back into the courtroom, so then we would be able to get access to that and find out what the question is, but also if there is a verdict, we find out, and then we're given a time for that verdict to be read. This is just day 2, but as we mentioned, anything is possible, so we'll keep you updated here on Live Now from Fox with everything you need to know about the trial. We are going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break, but we will be right back. Stick with us. Well, welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, and you are taking a look here as we head over to Central Florida for our next story. And this one, I do want to let you know, is incredibly disturbing as an HVAC worker is facing animal cruelty charges accused of kicking a dog while on the job. A family over in Sanford, Florida, outside Orlando, says their camera captured it all, and the video, of course, graphic. But Fox 35 Orlando's Marley Capper joining us live right now. And Marley, this is, I said it a few times, but a very disturbing story.
Josh, good morning. I don't think you have to be an animal lover to think that this story is, in fact, disturbing. Thankfully, we know that 12-year-old Boomer is doing okay. But the family that owns the dog says an HVAC technician was in their home. They had their doggy treat video. It like dispenses treats to the dogs. It caught this whole thing on camera. You could take a look at the video here on your screen. And police say that the suspect is seen kicking the dog and knocking the dog unconscious. Now, we did pause and kind of freeze the moment because it is so disturbing, but we're grateful that the dog is still alive. Here's what their owner had to say.
They said nothing is broken. He's not favoring anything. We think what he has may be some internal bruising that you obviously wouldn't be able to see that.
So take a look at the suspect. This is 43-year-old Richardson Noel. Obviously, the owners gave that video to Sanford police here in Florida. They have arrested him. He is now out on bond, but faces aggravated animal cruelty charges. So we'll make sure to keep you guys updated in this case. Josh?
And do we know exactly when he might appear in court? Is all of that still kind of waiting to be seen at this point?
I believe so. So I know that he was arrested, and I think he posted bail. So we are hoping to find out when the next steps are going to be happening here soon.
And of course, Marley, it is important to note, you said it a few times, but that dog is okay. And of course, horrible video there. Marley, thank you again for being here with us. We definitely appreciate it.
Thank you.
And of course, as Marley said there, we are going to make sure to bring you any kind of updated information that we do get here on Live Now from Fox as we get it in real time. Right now, though, I do want to use this time to slide away for our final break of the hour, but we will have a lot more live coverage coming up on the other side. Stick with us here on Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. The time is 7:50 on the dot on the East Coast and 4:50 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and you are taking a live look there on the right-hand side of your screen at Lake Ontario, or if you ask President Trump and the U.S. now, the USGS, that is quote unquote Lake America. President Trump signing that executive order just yesterday, officially changing the name. And he did post here on social media. Want to pop this up on your screen, giving you just a look at this right here from the White House. Breaking news to the office of the Secretary for the Department of Interior, which is Doug Burgum, from Director of the U.S. Geological Survey, Lake America rename. Sir, as of 4:30 p.m. today, this was yesterday, the USGS has officially designated the former Lake Ontario to be renamed as Lake America in all official USGS electronic documents. The change will begin occurring in printed documents over the next several days. This change has also been made official in the Geographic Names Information System. Should you have any further questions, please contact me for clarification. Thank you, Ned. Now, again, this is all connected to that name change, and there on the left-hand side of your screen, you can see they have updated that on the map for the USGS. It simply says there, Lake America. Now, we're also getting reaction coming in from the other side of Lake America / Lake Ontario, because you have Mark Carney, who is Canada's Prime Minister, kind of going into detail, saying that essentially this is a name that has been around for hundreds upon hundreds of years, and at this point, it should stay. So he questions that, but says he understands that the U.S. and Canada are currently in a trade war and that this obviously plays a role in that as well. So again, Mark Carney, Canada's Prime Minister, saying the name Lake Ontario comes from a word which appropriately means, quote, the lake is beautiful, the lake is big. The name is more than 400 years old, predating both the Confederation of Canada and the Declaration of Independence of the United States of America. We know that America is changing. Their trading relationships, their foreign policies, their national monuments, and more. Canadians also know that naming reality means calling it Lake Ontario then, now, and always. As President Trump made that change official, he made some remarks here to members of the media and then allowed them to ask him questions about that, as well as the situation with Iran, a lot of different topics that were covered. What I'm going to do is lift up the audio and listen in just in case you miss those brief remarks. And on the other side, my colleague Christy Matino will be right here in the hot seat with everything you need to know on this Friday. My name is Josh Breslow, and you are watching Live Now from Fox.
You all set? Thank you very much. I just want to announce the stock market just hit another all-time high. That's the 81st time during a brief 1.5 years. And 401ks, likewise, they're at an all-time high. So millions and millions of people are benefiting from this incredible economy that we're creating. We're building right now a record number of plants, factories. Car companies are moving back, as you know. Honda announced and Toyota announced they're moving in from Mexico. They're coming here. And numerous plants are coming in from Canada. They'll be announced shortly, but numerous plants are coming in to the United States from Canada. Also Japan, South Korea, and Germany. So we're doing things that nobody's ever done before. But the stock market just hit 81 times in a short 1.5 period. It's just hit its all-time high again. I want to congratulate Darlene Graham on her tremendous victory on Tuesday night, and she's sailing now. She's really doing great. She's still got to run against a radical left lunatic, and the South Carolina people are not going to stand for that. I know South Carolina very well. I won it every time by record numbers, have the all-time record by millions of votes. But I just want to congratulate Darlene for having run really a great race, and she's going to be a great senator, and the people love her. There's something about her that's very special. She's got a little Lindsay in there somewhere, got good genetics. So Lindsay's looking down very, very happy and very proud of her sister. So congratulations, Darlene. And finally, I guess the purpose of this more than anything else is we're going to be changing the name of Lake Ontario, effective immediately, to Lake America. That's going to take place right now as I sign the order. Do you have anything to say about it, Ben?
Yes, sir. So this is a straightforward but important executive order. It directs Secretary Burgum and the Department of the Interior to update the Geographic Names Information Service to reflect that the lake once known as Lake Ontario will, from this day forward, be known as Lake America. This is a lake that has most of its volume in the United States. The deepest parts of the lake sit in United States territory, so this will reflect that this is an American lake.
Thank you. Okay. Okay. Thank you very much. And we filed all the necessary papers, documents, everything else. We notified all of the various people that we have to notify. So we've done everything that you have to do. And this is official, effective immediately. Do you have any questions, anybody?
Mr. President.
Yes.
That video you put up yesterday, you crossing out Lake Ontario and writing Lake America, it's been seen by about 30 million people, maybe more, across all the social media platforms. What message are you sending to Canada with this move today, and why was it such an important thing for you to do?
It's an interesting question. No message. As you know, Canada's been ripping us off for a long time on trade, very sadly. Even the military, you know, we defend Canada for nothing. We don't get anything. They don't pay us to defend Canada, but we defend Canada. And they understand that. As an example, we bought icebreakers. They'd like to use them. We have 11 brand new icebreakers coming in. They'd like to use the icebreakers. They don't pay for anything. And they want to be treated like a state, but they're not a state. But they want to be treated like they're a state. And so we just can't do that anymore. We lose on average over the last 15 years, $60 billion a year carrying Canada. So we just can't do it anymore. We love the people of Canada. I don't think their representatives do an appropriate job. Maybe they'll change. I really don't know. I mean, it doesn't make much difference. But we can't let the whole Canadian thing that's been going on for decades, and it has to come to a stop. So we're going to be doing tariffs on their cars that are coming in at a substantial level, because we want to make the cars here. We don't want, you know, if they can make their own cars if they want, and they can continue to make their cars for Canada, but we don't want them to make cars for the United States of America. It's very simple. Likewise, many other products. So the lake change, Lake of America, was something I've been thinking about for a long time, actually. As you know, we took something called the Gulf of Mexico, we changed it, and now it's very routinely the Gulf of America. So if you think about it, we have a Gulf and we have a lake. Now all we need is an ocean. So maybe we'll have to change the name of the Atlantic and or the Pacific. Maybe we'll change them both.
Why are you so focused on doing things like this towards America's allies instead of doing things that...
Well, they haven't treated us well. The Canadian officials have treated us very badly. They're nasty people. They charge our farmers 400% tariffs. They've been doing it for a long time. And I had them figured out in my first term, and I did some pretty strong things and had it getting pretty good. And then the election was rigged, and now I'm coming back and doing it the way it, and finishing the job. But they treat us very badly. Canada treats us very badly. I would say that of all countries, as you know, we have President Xi coming in a couple of weeks. We deal with a lot of people. And people oftentimes, they'll ask me, who's the worst to deal with on trade? And I said, that's easy, Canada. They are the worst to trade. And they feel entitled, and just we can't have that.
Mr. President, Ted Cruz keeps teasing a 2020 presidential run. You run against him for president. Do you think he could be president? What's your reaction to that?
You say he's going to run? Or?
He's teasing at 20. He's talking about it.
You don't mean 2020, but you mean...
2028.
Yeah. I would say that he's very talented. He's a very good friend of mine. I think he might do that, yeah.
Mr. President,
He's a talented guy.
Mr. President, what's your reaction?
What would you say to those who are concerned a trade dispute with Canada could affect American affordability ahead of midterms?
Well, ultimately, it's going to be very good for us. because we're losing, when you talk about affordability, we're losing $62 billion a year on average with Canada. And if you really look at it, we're losing more than that. It's too much. It's too much. We can't lose that. We don't want to lose that. We don't want to lose it anymore.
Mr. President, has Vladimir Putin agreed or committed to not attacking a NATO territory?
I've had good talks with him. He's not going to be attacking a NATO territory.
Mr. President, the Supreme Court earlier this week ruled on mail-in ballots, and there are states like North Carolina that have ballots that go out next week. How are states supposed to implement this?
Well, they're implementing. North Carolina's great. It's a great place. I wanted to go 3 times. They do some mail-in ballots, but basically they ruled on the legitimacy and the way we want to make them legitimate. And it was a great ruling for the Republican Party.
Deliver a warning to Russia not to attack NATO territory during his...
Well, I don't want to comment on that, but they're not going to attack.
What's your reaction to the Americans missing in Nepal?
Oh, it's terrible. No, and we've called Nepal and we've offered any help that they need. You know, we have a very good relationship with Nepal, and that was a brutal, that wasn't just, that was mud and water as a mixture. Nobody's ever seen anything quite like that. We're very powerful, strong, you know, strong, well-built buildings were wiped out like they were toothpicks. That's a terrible thing. No, we are sending aid, and we've spoken to the leadership, and we let them know anything they want we'll have. And there were 50, maybe 60 Americans over there. We haven't gotten the full list yet, but hopefully they're okay. But that looked pretty, that looks like something that people will not be, somebody will be lost, unfortunately.
There is reports that Vladimir Putin is meeting with the president of Iran to talk about a nuclear agreement next week. Is there concern in the administration, in the White House, that these countries aren't taking economic D-Day seriously, that they're going to continue doing business with Iran despite the warnings?
No, Iran is right now, they're not paying their troops. They're in deep trouble. They have very little capacity. Last night we took 24 boats through the strait. We're taking them through all the time. I say it very openly. It doesn't mean we're finished with the military, but we are, the strait is open, as you know. The Strait of Hormuz is open. We have control and we have the blockade. Iran's not getting anything. Nothing is going through. Not one ship has gotten through.
Will you punish Putin or Russia if they continue
well, it
to
depends.
do business?
It depends. So far, I think Russia's behaved quite well having to do with the Strait of Hormuz. And you have to understand, for everything they do, we do also. You know, somebody was saying about China, what about China? We hear they're spying. We spy on them too. That's the way it goes.
Why not sanction Chinese banks, though, who are doing business?
Well, who said I'm not? You said, why not? I mean, who said I'm not? You don't know if I'm doing it. Well, I don't have to announce everything, do I?
Mr. President, sir, about what other leaders have you spoken to about this pressure campaign to get them to cut off ties with Iran?
About Iran? There's not a lot to speak to. We don't want to speak to them. We're not looking to meet or anything. The strait is open. We're taking a lot of boats. Millions and millions of barrels of oil are coming out of the strait every day. Other countries recognize that. Every once in a while they shoot some, you know, they put some shots out. You know, we totally cleared the strait of, we have the best minesweepers in the world. They're underwater minesweepers. And we've totally cleared the strait of mines. And we're watching very closely through Space Force, which is one of my things, one of my many things. But we're watching, we see every inch of the strait. And any boat goes in with a mine, we see it. And we take it out. We've taken out 2 of them. Thank you. So I'll be going to Texas, and we're working very hard. We want to win that race. He's running against a man who should never be. We have a very good candidate, Ken Paxton, and he's running against Telefrico, they call him, because he is a little freaky, and that's not a man that represents the value of Texas. So I'm going to help Ken Paxton, and I'm going to spend a lot of time in Texas. I have the all-time highest vote in the history of Texas also, and I'm going to spend some time there. We're going tonight. Some of you are going with me. Thank you very much, everyone.
And now That was President Trump just yesterday as we brought you that live. He was signing that executive order renaming Lake Ontario as Lake America. President Trump signed that executive order directing the Interior Department to update the lake's name and the U.S. Geographic Naming Service. However, President Trump cannot force Canada to follow along. President Trump had been floating the idea of the name change in recent days as the U.S. announced it was imposing 50% tariffs on $20 billion worth of Canadian goods over the weekend after those talks between the countries broke down. You also heard the president mention there, this was a press conference from yesterday. You heard him mention at the tail end there that he is going to be heading to Texas, and that is a live event that we will be bringing you here on Live Now from Fox at 11 a.m. Eastern Time. President Trump will be there to give some remarks at the Artemis II Congressional Space Medal of Honor ceremony that is going to be held at the NASA Lyndon B. Johnson Space Center. So that's just one of the several live events we'll be bringing you here today on Live Now from Fox. And thank you so much for joining us. I'm your host, Christy Matino. Shaping up to be a pretty busy news day here and lots of live events that we're anticipating today. Let's slide away for a quick commercial break. We'll be right back. All right, you're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back in. I want to take you out to this live look. We're just getting into our newsroom here. Today, thousands of protesters are expected on the National Mall for a rally in support of voting rights and racial justice ahead of the midterm elections. According to the Associated Press, this comes after a wave of changes to voting laws and redistricting that civil rights groups have condemned as detrimental to Black Americans. The 2026 Defend the Vote March on Washington is organized by Reverend Al Sharpton and Martin Luther King Martin Luther King III, and will echo the Reverend Martin Luther King Jr.'s 1963 march. The event follows the U.S. Supreme Court's landmark April decision in Louisiana versus Calais that reinterpreted key provisions of the Voting Rights Act of 1965, allowing southern states to redraw their congressional maps. So right now you're seeing just some people starting to file in there. We know the program is set to begin at 9 a.m. Eastern Time here on Live Now from Fox. And once again, thousands expected to attend there today. So we will bring you that live coverage here once it does begin. In the meantime, I want to take you out to another story that we're following very closely here today, which is the Lindsay Clancy murder trial. We know day 2 of deliberations are set to start here early this morning. In just about 20 minutes time, we're going to have some team coverage. We'll be joined by Fox's Kaylee Schuyler as she's going to be live there outside the courthouse, as well as an attorney to break down your questions about what we can expect to see here today, how long it could take to get a verdict. So stay with us for that coverage. But just to quickly recap what we saw yesterday and what we might see today, jurors in the Lindsay Clancy murder trial began deliberating a verdict yesterday, and they're tasked with deciding whether she was in control of herself when she killed her 3 children or had lost her grip on reality due to mental illness. In her closing argument, a prosecutor said Clancy strangled her 3 children because she was depressed and tired of living. But Clancy's attorney contends she was experiencing postpartum psychosis when she killed her children, telling jurors she was a loving mother before her mental health collapsed and she repeatedly sought help that failed her. The rare mental illness is linked to stress, sleep deprivation, and hormonal changes following childbirth. So that's all set to begin here at 9 a.m. Eastern time as well. And once again, it is unclear if we are going to get that verdict here today, but we will bring you all that coverage and breaking news as we do get it. In the meantime, I also want to take you out to another story that we have been following here today as well, rather this week. A judge yesterday expressed skepticism about the Kennedy Center's intention to return President Trump's name to the historic performing arts venue by early next month, challenging the board's insistence on moving forward, even in the face of a court ruling that blocked and reversed a previous effort. We heard some comments there outside the Kennedy Center just yesterday. Let's listen in.
We can take some brief comments. Congressman Beatty, you want to start?
Well, first of all, as you probably know, we appeared before Judge Cooper again. And again, we are dealing with all the unlawful actions about the Kennedy Center that Donald Trump and the board put forward. As you know, there were several of us who voted in opposition to it. I am a board member, and we want this over, but we want it done lawfully. We were very careful about making sure in the board meeting that we said we didn't have enough time, we didn't have enough information. A couple PowerPoint slides was presented to us. But today was a good day in court because we were here to fight for justice. And when you think about a president of the United States, that board meeting was over 2 hours. And while the president acknowledged himself that he had been on the virtual call the entire time listening, we're dealing with being at war. We're dealing with people trying to decide whether they can get their medicine, their food, or put gas in their car to get to work. And he got on the board call to basically talk about himself and to make snide remarks about several of us, including myself. So you have to understand what we're dealing with. Another reason we want to make sure that we do it in a lawful way. I don't believe that I have a lot of trust. You all will remember what we were told about the East Wing. No one told us that he was going to do away with the Rose Garden, that the entire wing was going to be abolished or under demolition. He told us that there was going to be a ballroom. We've seen all of the horrific things that he has done. So today was another day in court, and we will continue to fight against things that are unlawful. I'm very lucky to have a team of lawyers who understand the law and clearly articulated it. So thank you for being here. And I'd like to ask Nathaniel to say something.
What I will just say very clearly is the court decided this in May. Judge Cooper was exceedingly clear. The Kennedy Center's public spaces are named for John F. Kennedy. They must honor John F. Kennedy, and they can honor nobody else. So his decision was very clear, and we think, and what we told the court today, is that the government is flouting the court's orders, it's flouting the court's decisions, and it's courting a constitutional crisis over one man's vanity. And I want to just touch on one thing that the congressman mentioned. In their filing on Monday, the Department of Justice threatened to tear down the Kennedy Center if they don't get their own way. It was the equivalent of saying, what a nice Kennedy Center you have there. Shame if something were to happen to it. This is unconscionable, it's unbecoming of the Department of Justice, and it's wrong.
And it's very childish. I mean, come on, this is the President of the United States saying, if I don't get my way, doing something unlawful, then I'm just going to come in and tear it down and make it some arena venue. We've seen what he's done in the most embarrassing ways to the White House. So that's another reason that we will continue to fight, because the American people are on our side. They're asking us to stand up and to fight for justice. And so it's very personal to me. The Kennedy family has been very supportive of this, and I know they would want me to say thank you to all of the volunteers. And lastly, let me say, this is affecting everyday people's lives. The people who work there, the people who come there and hold it in such high esteem because it is our Kennedy Center. Thank you.
You want to take questions? Sure. I think we have time for a couple of questions.
Was there anything the judge said that made you encouraged that he will side with you and issue some?
That's a legal question.
I'll field that because it's for a lawyer. I am never going to predict what a judge is going to do. But I will say we firmly believe, as we stated in our papers,
to the microphone.
We've stated, you can tell I don't do this a lot to the microphones, I do it to the judge. We stated very clearly in our papers that we think the law is on our side, that this is a defiance of the court's decision. So to your question, to be just crystal clear, we think the law here is unambiguous. And the court made it clear that it's taking this issue seriously and that it's going to issue a decision in due course.
The DOJ said that she voted for some acknowledgement, the Congresswoman voted for some acknowledgement of President Trump. Is that not correct?
It's not true. That is not true at all. I want to be very clear on this, unequivocally. The DOJ at the end was referencing a resolution that was not legally operative. I didn't get up to correct that because I didn't want to take any more of the judge's time. That is not true. It's not accurate. Congresswoman Beatty unequivocally voted no on this latest resolution. She was unequivocal that she was sprung this resolution at the last minute. She voted no. And by the way, if there is any confusion here at all, any ambiguity, it's on the board, the defendants, who sprung a resolution at the last minute on somebody at the end of a multi-hour meeting. No board in America operates that way, let alone the board of a sacred national memorial.
And let me just respond to that, because he's absolutely right. There was one vote taken, and there was one vote I provided, and that was no. Did I ask questions? Did I try to get us to some resolve so we could put this over and hopefully continue to have programming, keeping the center open? They didn't talk about a whole lot of things I said, like, we don't have enough information. So that's a no vote. If you don't have enough information, and then when they presented it and insisted, because there were two proposals. One was to keep it open partially and to do it, and the board immediately went to the 100% closure. One vote, and that was a no. So you're hearing that from me. I want to be very clear. The answer is no. I am not unclear on what they're doing is unlawful. But as a board member, I asked that question. Senator Whitehouse actually read the law stating it was unlawful, and the secretary never responded to it.
What do I think of the decision, or what about? Look, every civil litigant under the civil rules is entitled to discovery. Or if you want to take a look at our joint status report that we filed on, it's going to be like August 18th. You can take a look at the joint status report for August 18th. We go through this in painstaking detail, and we will see what the court rules.
What did you think about what the judge, when it comes to their filing and the demolition this idea that you demolish the center? The judge didn't really address it. He just said that's a non sequitur.
I think the judge was trying to politely say, I'm not going to put words in Judge Cooper's mouth, but when he said at the end, or maybe it was at the beginning, that I'm not standing in the way of you doing renovation, right? That's clearly what the judge's order is very clear. You can do renovation. They've said otherwise. And their filing, I got to just say it again, it was unbecoming of the Department of Justice. And let me just point out one other thing. You know what's really notable? No career lawyers from the Department of Justice showed up today in court, and no career lawyers were on that filing. That is a sign that the career lawyers know that this was an ethical problem, and they didn't want to sign on to it.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. No, thank you.
All right, and those were some comments after court just yesterday, but I wanted to provide some more context here. After an emergency hearing on Wednesday over the repairs and renaming of the Kennedy Center ended without a ruling after a federal judge raised questions about the urgency behind the move. Attorneys for Kennedy Center board member Representative Joyce Betty again urged a federal judge to intervene as the legal fight over the future of the center is intensifying. Now, I've been checking the White House account this morning on X to see if there's been any reply to this. We have not seen any response from President Trump or the White House, but of course, if we do see a response, we will bring it to you. Let's step away for a commercial break at 8:20 on the East Coast, 5:20 on the West Coast. We'll be right back here on Live Now from Fox. And welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Christy Matino, keeping an eye on the Lindsay Clancy murder trial as day 2 of jury deliberations are set to get underway at 9 a.m. Eastern time. Again, it's unclear if we're going to get a verdict here today. However, in just about 5 minutes time, we're going to have some live team coverage. We'll be checking in with Fox's Kaylee Schuyler as she is outside the courthouse there in Plymouth, Massachusetts. And then we will be joined by an attorney to break down what we can expect to see here today. In the meantime, as we're waiting that to get underway, I want to share some comments here with you from yesterday. This is the United Nations. They were speaking on Ebola. Let's provide that update now.
Morning. Secretary General will make a statement, then we'll take a couple of questions.
Let me begin with a word about the horrifying flooding in Nepal and China. I extend my deepest condolences to families of the victims and express my solidarity with all those affected. The United Nations is mobilizing supplies and humanitarian teams, and we pledge to support national efforts to deliver emergency aid and support. Dear members of the media, I want to provide an update on the Ebola outbreak in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, along with an urgent appeal to step up action to get it under control. My main message is this. The outbreak is the fastest growing Ebola epidemic on record. It is growing faster and wider than the response to contain it. But it can be stopped. We know how to contain Ebola, how to interrupt transmission, and how to save lives. But we must also overcome another virus, the virus of indifference. Because international attention, political focus, and resources are still lagging behind the reality unfolding on the ground. The Ebola crisis is first and foremost a human tragedy affecting families and communities on an extraordinary scale. It is now the largest Ebola outbreak in the history of the DRC. And as of August 25th, 5,713 cases have been confirmed, claiming 2,744 lives. And with about 500 new cases being reported every week, the outbreak continues to expand across a vast area, with women and children being hit especially hard. The challenge is immense. We are facing a public health emergency in one of the world's most fragile settings. For example, 3 decades of conflict in Ituri province alone have displaced 1 million people and severely weakened access to food, healthcare, and other basic services. Across the region, more than 12 million people need humanitarian assistance and protection. And meanwhile, health systems are overstretched, infrastructure is weak, entire communities remain difficult to reach, frontline workers are also operating under perilous conditions. More than 40 health workers have lost their lives in the effort to save others. Health workers have been infected. Treatment centers and ambulances have been attacked. Humanitarian personnel face both the threat of the virus and the threat of violence. They deserve our recognition and support. The government of the DRC is heading the response, with the United Nations, led by the World Health Organization and partners, teaming up to assist. We have appointed a UN Senior Ebola Coordinator and are aligning behind 5 priorities. First, community engagement is being expanded to build trust and counter fear and misinformation. Second, surveillance systems are being strengthened to identify and isolate cases more rapidly. Third, treatment and care capacity are being increased. Fourth, safe and dignified burial operations are being expanded. And fifth, we are working to stop Ebola from spreading further. The Congo River and busy routes across the region connect millions of people and communities. And so we are reinforcing preparedness and coordination with South Sudan and the Central African Republic. The Africa Centers for Disease Control and Prevention are also playing a critical role, mobilizing expertise and solidarity from across the region. Together with many dedicated partners, these efforts are helping to build an integrated response on the ground. But let's be clear, every gap in funding and operational support makes the Ebola response more challenging. We are doing everything possible to invest in that response, including through more than $80 million from UN pooled funds and support from partners. We have put forward a detailed $2.13 billion humanitarian needs and response plan. This is 48% funded, thanks in large measure to a major contribution by the United States. But current resources will last weeks, not months. Without additional funding, vital operations will run out of money just when they need to expand. That is why I am appealing for the remaining $1.1 billion to fully fund the humanitarian response plan, recognizing that even more will be needed in the future. The world still has an opportunity to get ahead of this crisis, but time is not on our side. The Ebola outbreak deserves far greater attention than it is receiving today.
And that was an update there from the United Nations on the Ebola outbreak. Now, that was yesterday. If we get any more information, of course, bringing it to you here on Live Now from Fox. But we want to stay with a big story that we're following here today as the waiting game has begun. After 5 weeks of testimony, jurors are deliberating in Lindsay Clancy's murder trial. She's the Massachusetts mom accused of strangling her children to death in 2023. Now, in this trial, it's the prosecution's burden to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Clancy is criminally responsible responsible for killing her 3 kids. We have team coverage here. We're going to head out first to Fox's Kaylee Schuyler live there outside the courthouse in Plymouth, Massachusetts. And then we'll be joined by Michelle C. Thomas, a trial attorney. Kaylee, let's start with you. Good morning.
Hi, good morning, Christy. So the jury deliberated for around 3.5 hours yesterday, and they'll pick back up at 9 o'clock this morning. The jurors consist of 9 women and 3 men, and after hearing from 85 witnesses, they ultimately will have to decide what they believe was going through Lindsay Clancy's mind when she murdered her 3 children. Now, they heard pretty different stories yesterday. Clancy's defense attorney, Kevin Reddington, says she was suffering mentally for months and tried to get help. He says she received lousy medical care, and when the system failed her, a voice commanded her to kill her children and herself, and she didn't have control of her actions.
This young lady did nothing wrong in her life. She was a nurse, a daughter, a wife, and a darn good mother.
Prosecutor Jennifer Sprague says Clancy had more access to care than most, and she would mislead her healthcare providers. Sprague argued that the evidence shows she planned the murders and that she's making up the story of auditory hallucinations that commanded her to kill her kids.
She could have killed herself and left her kids alive, but it was a choice to take them with her. It was a horrible choice. And it's a choice that we don't want to think about that a mother could make, because that doesn't make us feel safe or comfortable in this world.
The possible outcomes the jury can decide between for Clancy's fate are not guilty due to a lack of criminal responsibility, first-degree murder, second-degree murder, and a lesser charge of manslaughter. Now, legal experts say that a not guilty verdict is pretty unlikely since Clancy has confessed to killing her children. Her possible outcomes are facing life in prison without parole to being committed to a state mental health facility indefinitely. Christy?
All right, Fox's Kaylee Schuyler there reporting live. Thank you so much, Kaylee. I know we've been checking in with you here for the past several days. Great reporting. All right, let's take you out now to our expert, Michelle C. Thomas. She is a trial attorney. Thank you so much for joining us on Live Now from Fox.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
I want to start with this. We saw that full day of deliberations without that verdict yesterday. Now we're going into day 2 of deliberations. What does that really tell you about how difficult this case is for the jury?
It's extremely difficult. In a case where you've had 89 witnesses, nearly 5 weeks of testimony, the prosecution's case, the defense, a rebuttal case, a battle of intense expert testimony. There was a lot of forensic data and evidence. That is a lot for a jury to digest, and a jury of non-lawyers, non-legal minds for the most part. So I think that they're just taking their time, and it shows that they're exercising the requisite level of diligence that a case of this magnitude requires.
Now, the question here, I think a lot of people are thinking is, could we get a verdict here today? And I know Kaylee kind of recapped for us what those likely outcomes could be. What do you think is going to happen here?
It is quite possible that after several hours today, the jury could reach a verdict. I do think it's highly unlikely that she'll be acquitted. This is not a dispute as to whether she killed her children. It's not even a dispute as to whether she suffered with mental illness. Both sides conceded that point. It's about whether the prosecution was able to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that she did know right from wrong, that she was capable and knew what she was doing in the moment, the precise moment that she killed the children. So I do think we can possibly hear from the jury later today, and that it will likely either be if it's not guilty, if you will, but by reason of insanity, which means she would go into the mental health system, or she may be convicted of murder or one of the lesser degrees.
Let's talk about just this trial overall. We saw the prosecution as they're mainly arguing that, yes, she was struggling mentally, but she was well aware enough that she knew what she was doing when she killed those children. But defense attorney Kevin Reddington saying that she was in the thick of postpartum psychosis. She couldn't think clearly. Based on the evidence and what we have seen throughout this trial, do you think that it is going to be likely here that the jury is going to side one way, or more actually a hung jury is something else that we've also been thinking about could be the outcome here?
You know, the jury has an extremely difficult job because both sides presented compelling evidence. On the prosecution side, they focused on her deliberate actions leading up to the killing, her actions during, and then her actions following the killing, which would suggest premeditation or planning, that she was aware that she knew right from wrong. They spent a lot of time talking about how she deliberately sent her husband to the store to pick up medication and food. She looked online to see how long it would take him. They talked about how she concealed critical information from the mental health providers because she didn't want them to take her kids away, knowing that she was about to possibly do something wrong. So that leads to the conclusion that she knew right from wrong. On the other side, the defense has presented a compelling argument that this is a woman who had declining, deteriorating health, and she was reaching out for help, going, even checking herself into a mental health institution at one point, and that the system failed her, that she was turned away because of various things. And they're showing and arguing that you can be that she could have perhaps operated in a normal day-to-day routine, but that doesn't mean that she was in her right mind and knew right from wrong and was able to control herself in the moment of the killing. So I think both sides presented compelling argument and compelling experts, because this was essentially a trial of the battle of the experts.
Going off of that, what you're saying there, both sides presented very different pictures of Clancy's behavior in those days and those months before the killings. Just getting into the mind of the jury, today, also what they discussed yesterday, what is going on behind those closed doors? What are they walking through?
Sure, the jury is weighing first and foremost the psychiatric evidence, the evidence of what she reported to mental health providers, the issue of the voice that we heard a lot about, whether she heard a commanding voice that she allegedly didn't report until after the killings, despite having spoken to many mental health professionals prior to the killings. They're weighing her medical history, the medications that she was on. That was a critical piece. And that was the defense's closing argument, focused a lot about that it wasn't her who did this, it was the medication and what the medication did to her that caused the killings, her to kill the children. They're talking about certainly her behavior, her actions before, in the middle, and leading up to, and also the suicide attempt. And I do think that defense wins points on that, because they're saying, is it really plausible that she created this fake attempted suicide to intentionally then leave herself paralyzed for the rest of her life? That doesn't make any sense. So those are some of the factors that the jury is going to weigh. Whether the jurors believe that she heard commanding voices during or before versus a story she concocted after the killings is also going to be really a critical point for debate in the jury room.
And this is coming in from Fox News, saying the fate of Lindsay Clancy is now in the hands of a jury. And let's go back to talking about those possible outcomes. If there is a hung jury, what does that mean? Does that mean a mistrial? Where does that go from here?
Yes, so a hung jury essentially does mean a mistrial, that the prosecution, she would be free essentially in that moment, but the prosecution would have the right to retry the case. And that means subjecting her, the family, the victims, to yet another grueling, possibly 4 or 5 week trial in order to get a conviction or at least a verdict one way or the other. So a hung jury is not necessarily good news for the defendant, because it may mean that she has to do this all over again.
And this is just a look at the jury slip there. So can you just walk us through here? We're seeing first-degree murder, second-degree murder, manslaughter, not guilty, and not guilty by reason of insanity. So there's 5 possible outcomes that could happen here. Can you just briefly walk us through what each of those would mean?
Sure. So if she's convicted for first-degree murder, you're looking at a sentence of life, most likely without the possibility of parole. Similarly, with second-degree murder, you're looking at her being incarcerated, most likely for life. With manslaughter, there's generally a cap on the number of years. So she's probably would be looking at about 20 years of time being incarcerated. If she's not guilty, then she is free to go. Then she would be able to walk free. That is highly unlikely under the circumstances. There's no doubt that she did in fact kill the children. It's just that whether she was justified or criminally responsible for that is the issue. And then finally, with not guilty by reason of insanity, she also, under that verdict, she does not get to walk free. She will then be entered into the mental health system. She will be committed to a psychiatric hospital, most likely for more evaluations, more testing, and that is where she will reside and remain for a considerable period of time.
I wanted to ask you this. We never heard from Clancy herself. She did not testify. So how difficult is that for the jury when they are considering this, considering they never really heard from what was going through her mind at the time of these killings?
Well, she had the absolute right not to testify. And so in this case, the defense tried to prove her case through the medical records and through expert testimony, and tried to present all the evidence of what she was saying, presenting her thoughts, her communications, her actions through the lens of all the people that were around her, mental health professionals and other family members and so forth. And so the jury could say they could use that against her, but they've been instructed by the court not to. They are not supposed to hold someone's right to not incriminate themselves and not testify in a criminal trial against them. So it shouldn't affect the jurors' deliberations in terms of whether she's found guilty or not guilty by reason of insanity.
So we know that jury deliberations are set to enter day 2 here. Unclear right now if we could get that verdict today. Do you think we will? I know we touched on this a little bit, but if we don't today and those deliberations do continue, is that something we could see continue into tomorrow, which is a Saturday, or would this continue into next week?
There are some courts that do allow jurors to convene on Saturdays, so that is really up to the court itself. But we would expect the deliberations to continue, if not tomorrow, then certainly on Monday morning. Again, when you have a nearly 5-week trial with 89 witnesses, multiple expert witnesses, lots of evidence, that is a lot for a jury to digest. And what we're looking for today is whether the jurors present any questions, whether we receive any questions from the jury. That would give us some insight as to where they may be hung up, what the crux of any argument may be in the deliberation room, and how close they may be to reaching a resolution. So that's really what I'm looking for today, are questions, and what are the nature of those questions from the jury room.
Going off what you just said, so they can ask questions based on where they're hung up. If there is a key piece of this evidence where they are going to get hung up, what do you think that would be?
I think that they may certainly want to review some of the medical records again, and they may have questions about whether how they can rely upon certain statements that were presented by the various experts. They may have questions about some of the forensic data. I mean, it was very complicated information that was presented to them in terms of the medical testimony. So I would think it would relate somewhere in the medical records or expert testimony realm versus some of the other pieces of evidence.
Michelle, before we wrap up here, just any final thoughts? What should people be watching for here today?
I think the issue here is whether she was criminally responsible, whether she knew right from wrong, and whether she was sincere in her efforts to try to get help, and whether it was the system that ultimately failed her or not. And so I think the critical question is going to be for the jury, again, whether they can rely upon what all of the medical experts reported, that she did not raise this commanding voice. The voice is really a pretty big deal, I think, for this particular trial. Whether the fact that she didn't raise that was legitimate, and so therefore it was a conjured or concocted story, and whether the prosecution has met their burden beyond a reasonable doubt. Because again, once the insanity concept is raised, the burden then shifts to the prosecution to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that she is criminally responsible, that she knew right from wrong, and that she had control over her actions in the precise moment that she killed these children.
So there's a lot to watch here today. And once again, for our viewers just joining, those deliberations, day 2 set for 9 a.m. Eastern time. So if we do get any updates, we are on Verdict Watch. We will bring them to you. All right, Michelle C. Thomas, trial attorney, thank you so much for joining us this morning.
Thank you for having me.
And stay with us. We do have to slide away for a quick commercial break here on Live Now from Fox. I am your host, Christy Matino, and we're back after this. And welcome in here to Live Now from Fox. It is 8:45 on the East Coast and 5:45 on the West Coast. My name is Christy Matino, and we have this live look that is coming in here. We've been sharing this throughout the morning as we've been seeing people file in there in front of the Lincoln Memorial for this program that's set to kick off in just about 15 minutes time, as the Associated Press is reporting that thousands of protesters are expected on the National Mall today for a rally in support of voting rights and racial justice ahead of the midterm elections. The 2026 Defend the Vote March on Washington is organized by Reverend Al Sharpton and Martin Luther King III, and it will echo the Reverend Martin Luther King Jr.'s 1963 march. And this event follows the U.S. Supreme Court's landmark April decision in Louisiana versus Calais that reinterpreted key provisions of the Voting Rights Act of 1965. I want to head over to our Fox 5 DC team. We just recorded, rolled on their live hit that they did maybe just about 20 minutes ago speaking on this. We want to play it out for you now.
So in just a couple of hours, the 63rd anniversary of the March on Washington will kick off on the National Mall.
It's where we heard the iconic I Have a Dream speech from Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. And this morning, today, we have Fox 5 Stephanie Ramirez. Steph, you just got out there. I see they're setting up for today's commemoration.
Yeah, Marissa, we have some last preps going on here. I want to show you more, though, of the crowd that is still gathering. The Lincoln Memorial is going to be the site again of yet another, the 63rd anniversary of the March on Washington, happening here in less than or maybe about a half an hour from now. Now, organizers say this year's theme is Defend the Vote, and they're saying that they're continuing to fight for civil rights and economic justice. Also this year, taking a stand against recent Supreme Court rulings that have weakened the Voting Rights Act and impacted redistricting. Virginia Governor Abigail Spanberger is among the notable guests speaking on that today. Now, the Human Rights Campaign, they've been mobilizing people to join today's march. I've got spokesperson Ramiro Sarmiento with us today. For those who don't know about the HRC, tell me very quickly, what your organization is about and why you guys are here today, what you're paying attention to.
Absolutely. The Human Rights Campaign is the largest LGBTQ civil rights organization in the country, and we're here on the same ground as in 1963 because that's when MLK Jr. called on America to make right on its founding promise. And HRC is here because the fight for voting rights is the same as the fight for LGBTQ equality. We are standing here on the ground to make sure that that work that was started in 1963 continues and that that work is finished.
All right, Ramiro, thank you for joining us today this morning. Guys, I'm going to step out of the way just to show you more of the setup here. So we're told the keynote speakers will start speaking closer to 11 o'clock. 9 o'clock is when everything officially kicks off. And then just to jump ahead, closer to 1 o'clock in the afternoon is when we're going to see the actual march take place. Of course, we're going to be following that here on Fox 5. I'll send it back to you for now.
Stephanie, thanks so very much. Listen, we have so many cool things here in Washington, D.C.
All right, and thank you so much to our Fox 5 DC team for that coverage, and we'll be bringing you those live looks once this gets underway. You just heard from Stephanie Ramirez as she says that this is all going to kick off at 9 a.m. Eastern time, but those keynote speakers, that's going to be closer to 11 a.m. Eastern time. And this is a post here from Representative Mike Collins saying, on this day in history in 1963, Martin Luther King Jr. delivered his most iconic speech, I Have a Dream, to over 250,000 people on the steps of the Lincoln Memorial. The March on Washington was a peaceful rally advocating for voting rights and an end to discrimination and segregation against African Americans. A year later, the Civil Rights Act of 1964 was enacted, prohibiting discrimination in employment and education and ending segregation in public spaces. And there's that live look there now of the Lincoln Memorial. Once again, once this program starts, we'll bring it to you on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, let's transition now to Florida. We heard from Attorney General James Othmeyer just yesterday. He was speaking on lowering drug prices, and this is a post. He said, today we took legal action against Prime Therapeutics and Express Scripts for their illegal price-fixing scheme that hurts patients and seniors. Let's listen into his comments from yesterday.
All right. Hey, everybody. Good morning. It's good to be here in the Villages, one of my favorite places here in the great state of Florida, for a fun announcement here in Florida. We like to lead, we protect our citizens, and we use every tool we've got in the toolkit. I want to start by thanking Sheriff Breeden here. When you're in Florida every year, you're announcing record crime lows and you think you just can't get any lower. I mean, in some of our bigger population areas, they're down to just a murder or two, which is unheard of. And yet every year we keep breaking those records. And as the 2025 data is coming in, it is showing just unprecedented results in crime rates dropping. Fentanyl cases are down over 70%, which is in large part because we have a president who finally shut down the border. Our fentanyl deaths are down around 50% in just over a year. Again, these are real results. Yeah, get a round of applause. Violent crime rates are down almost 20% statewide. And guess what? It's no surprise. In the last year and a half, we have arrested, we have prosecuted, we have convicted, and we have handed out about 4 times the sentences for violent offenders than ever before in history. So if you put bad guys away, if you prosecute them, crime goes down, and we're going to be as safe as we can here in the state of Florida. So, Sheriff, thank you, wherever you're at. Thank you for being here. I'm joined here today by Representative Ryan Chamberlain, good friend. We also have a few people that are going to provide some remarks here. Jesse Brashear, who's the owner of Brashear's Pharmacy. Eric Larson, who's a pharmacist and chairman of the board for the Florida Pharmacy Association. And Edna Wales, who's a local mom and grandmom and a retired teacher. Thank you for being here. Look. As we've made clear, in Florida, we want to protect patients. We want to protect our seniors. We want people to have access and the opportunity to have fair, low-cost prescription prices. And we believe that a lot of our smaller business independent pharmacies are providing that essential care to Floridians. But unfortunately, you have many big corporations out there that care more about profit, more about lining their pockets, than looking after our patients and their well-being. So this morning we're announcing another legal action. You may remember recently we issued subpoenas to CVS Caremark after seeing evidence that shows they very likely provide disproportionate beneficial treatment to their own retail stores as opposed to the independent pharmacies who are subjected to unfair pricing rules. They're subjected to harassing audits. They're subjected to different business practices that CVS's Caremark stores don't have to go through. And thus it drives a lot of them out of business. It's anti-competitive. And where you have less competition, you guys know what happens. Prices go up. And they go up at the benefit of these big corporations, not you. So we're going to take action there. That's going to be a big case. We'll be working on it for a while. This morning, we're actually going to announce a lawsuit. We have sued this morning 2 PBM companies, Prime Therapeutics and Express Scripts. We are suing them for price fixing, deception, and unjust enrichment.
All right, so that's Attorney General James Othmeyer. I know he was just getting into that, but we do have to slide away for a quick commercial break on Live Now from Fox. We'll continue those remarks on the other side. Before we go, I just wanted to share this here with you as well. This is a live look at NASA there in Houston, Texas, as President Trump set to deliver remarks at 11 a.m. Eastern time. This is all going to take place at the NASA Lyndon B. Johnson Space Center there in Houston. We'll bring those to you once they do just get underway, but we just got this shot in here and wanted to share it with you. All right, stay with us. We're back after this 2-minute commercial break. Welcome back in here too, live now from Fox. If you are just joining us for the 9 a.m. Eastern Time hour, my name is Christy Matino, and we have this live look coming in here out of Houston, Texas, where President Trump is set to speak at 11 a.m. Eastern Time. And we have this post coming in here from Fox 2 Detroit saying President Trump has arrived in Houston for a private fundraiser on Thursday evening ahead of a ceremony at NASA's Johnson Space Center. So President Trump, he did arrive there just last night. However, this event all set to kick off at 11 a.m. Eastern Time. And as we always do, bringing that to you uninterrupted here on Live Now from Fox. All right, so before the commercial break, we were just listening into Florida Attorney General James Othmeyer as he was speaking on lowering drug prices. He was speaking at the Villages just yesterday. Let's listen in to his comments now.
For a while. This morning, we're actually going to announce a lawsuit. We have sued this morning two PBM companies, Prime Therapeutics and Express Scripts. We are suing them for price fixing, deception, and unjust enrichment. We see anti-competitive practices here that, again, enrich corporations and hurt our small businesses and our patients. Back in December 2019, these two companies announced a collaboration. It was not a merger. It was not a joint venture. It was a collaboration, but in reality, it was a price-fixing agreement. Effective in April 2020 and still ongoing after multiple extensions, Prime adopted Express Scripts' significantly lower reimbursement rates. That's lower reimbursement rates, lower money to our small business independent pharmacies. And get this, before the agreement, Prime's rates were roughly 20% higher as they competed on the merits. After the agreement, after the collusion, rates declined around 80% for 80% of branded drugs and 70% of generic drugs. Again, this was not a merger, not a joint venture. This is not one company. This is two independent companies working together to fix prices and ultimately hurt people. One example, a pharmacy we spoke with outside of Orlando saw reimbursement for one drug drop about 45%, turning something that was profitable and enabled them to run a business and provide fair pricing into a $15.45 loss on every single individual prescription, something that is not sustainable and takes away opportunity for patients. When local pharmacies are forced to operate at a loss or close to a loss, they suffer, they can't continue business, and ultimately less competition ends up in the market. So this is wrong. As long as I'm Attorney General, I'm going to be fighting these injustices. You better believe it. We care about patients here. Several years ago, Governor DeSantis led the effort to pass legislation to lead to PBM reform. You know, at the time, I didn't even really know what a PBM is. You know, it's this middleman cartel that, you know, takes drugs from manufacturers and decides who to give them to and how much to charge. And unfortunately, there's only a few of them that make up almost the entire market. This is wrong. They give kickbacks and rebates to incentivize certain products, certain prices, and we're not going to stand for it. So if you hurt people, if you fix prices, if you engage in anti-competitive conduct, we're going to sue you. We're going to seek injunctive relief to make you stop this bad behavior, and we will seek damages. We will make you pay for it. If you hurt people in Florida, you're going to pay. So with that, people can, thank you. Our legal complaint will be public out there. People can look through everything. We always have an open door to companies that, you know, want to talk through doing it the easy way and not the hard way. We avoid lawyers and litigation, believe me, where we can, but not always. As was seen, you know, Meta recently signed a deal with, I think, every other state but us at this point. You know, gave a little payout to make amends for a decade of child safety issues. They've been hit hard by a jury out in New Mexico, and the evidence is clear that kids have suffered due to their addictive features that they've intentionally designed. It's led to a lot of self-harm, depression, eating disorders. It's clear that our kids have suffered for over a decade, and we're not going to sell out when it comes to our kids. We're going to fight hard. That is one where they didn't want to do it the easy way, so we'll do it the hard way. All right, well, let's get back to the topic here. Representative, thank you for being here. I'll let you say a few words.
Thank you. I'm honored to be here today and honored to serve House District 24, which starts in the Villages and goes all the way up through North Marion County. But I'm here today really just to thank our Attorney General for being here and to show my support. Listen, we're in the retirement capital of the world. Whether we want to take on that title or not, that's where we're at, and that's the state we're at, and in this area particularly. And when people do intentional things that impact the access to affordable medication, it affects a lot of people in a bad way. And in observing what our Attorney General has been working on over the last few months and just how he operates and how he leads and protects our state, I'm proud today to stand here with our AG as he's tackling this particular issue, which is going to affect a lot of people in a positive way. So really, we're blessed as a state. We're blessed certainly as an area to have somebody that cares, somebody that works hard, somebody that's raising the standard. Somebody's got to raise the standard. It might as well be Florida, and it might as well be our Attorney General, and that's what he's doing. And we're proud to have somebody that actually gets things done, because you can have a lot of rhetoric, you can run around and have a lot of conversations, but when you have somebody that does have the conversations but gets something done, you can really want to support and edify that person to keep doing the job that he's doing. So we're proud to have you here. Thank you for being such a great, really a great Attorney General. We're blessed to have you. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Next, we'll have Jesse Brashear from Brashear's Pharmacy. Thank you for being here.
Thanks to the Attorney General for the opportunity to speak here today. 35 years ago, a young pharmacist took every dollar he had and he opened a pharmacy. He cared about people, and he believed in his local community he could provide a level of service and compassion that he didn't see at the other pharmacies in town. He believed he could do a better job and provide that care at a lower cost. My name is Jesse Brashear. I'm now a second-generation pharmacy owner, and that young pharmacist was my dad. Today, my father is retired, but because of the way the PBM system has evolved, I've had to look him in the eye and tell him I'm not sure I can keep the pharmacy that he and my mother opened. PBMs have a role in the pharmacy marketplace, but the concern and what we're discussing here today is that something has changed. We're no longer dealing with a marketplace where everyone is competing on a level playing field. That's not just a concern in Florida. Red flags have been raised across the country by pharmacy owners, state governments, federal regulators, policymakers. Florida's right to investigate whether the companies with this much control over our pharmacy system are manipulating it. My wife is also a pharmacist. She was the valedictorian of her high school in a town not far from here. She went on to attend the University of Florida College of Pharmacy. This is somebody we would think would have success in pharmacy in Florida. But every day when she's standing behind the counter, a patient can walk in the door with a new prescription, and she's not able to take care of them the way that she wants. She has the medicine and the knowledge. She has the experience to counsel that patient. But when she processes the prescription through the patient's PBM, she can be paid less than the cost it took to put it on the shelf. She now has a choice as a pharmacist. She can either take care of the patient standing in front of her and lose money doing it, or she can send that patient elsewhere. That complicates their care, and it breaks the relationship the patient has with their pharmacist. She'll probably lose that patient forever, and that is an impossible position to put a healthcare professional in, and it happens every day in pharmacies across Florida. You have the patient, you have the drug, the knowledge, the training, the ability to care for them, but you have a problem. There's a PBM standing in the middle. It feels like the system has been designed to make independent pharmacies like ours just go away. Let me give you one more example. I recently spoke with one of our pharmacists when I told him I was coming here today, whose immediate family member, he told me, was prescribed a somewhat expensive brand name medication recently. This pharmacist knows exactly what that medication costs on the marketplace. He can compare prices. He can find the best price available on the marketplace. But when he billed the prescription through his own family's insurance plan, the PBM reimbursement then was lower than the least expensive price he could find to purchase the drug. So what did he have to do? He had to send his own family member to a competing chain pharmacy to pick up the medication on his way home from work. Think about that. The pharmacist had the medication, he had the ability to dispense it, he had the training to take care of his family, he wanted to do it himself. But once again, there was a PBM standing in the way. That's why this investigation matters. PBMs have created a system where they are effectively the judge, jury, and executioner of patient choice in Florida. They influence which drugs are covered, which pharmacies patients can use, and determine what pharmacies are paid. And all of that happens with little transparency and accountability. When corporate middlemen have accumulated this much control over healthcare, Floridians deserve someone willing to ask hard questions. I'm thankful that we have an attorney general that is willing to do that. All of these questions aren't just appropriate, they're overdue, and I'm thankful that this is moving forward.
That's very well said, and it shows how real these issues hit home and why it's important that we fight. I've always said I think it's the attorneys general that really need to be the front line of defense to protect individual freedoms and businesses. And we're going to do that here in Florida, and you better believe I'm talking to my colleagues, and they're going to be jumping into this fight too. Next, we'll hear from Eric Larson from the Florida Pharmacy Association. Thank you for being here.
Good morning. My name is Eric Larson. I'm also an owner of Prescriptions Unlimited in St. Cloud, Florida, an independently owned pharmacy and a pharmacist by trade, and currently the chair of the board for the Florida Pharmacy Association. First, I want to thank the Attorney General and the Antitrust Division of the Florida Attorney General's Office for looking into these egregious practices by the PBMs and really taking independent pharmacy and patients into consideration across the state. Today's conversation is about PBMs, reimbursement, and really about competition as well. But ultimately, it's whether independent pharmacy is going to have a fair opportunity to compete in this marketplace and continue serving our communities. Pharmacists spend years in school earning a doctorate in pharmacy. Independent owners borrow money, invest savings, because our vision of community pharmacy is different. We want to know that you're patients by name and care for them as we care for your own mother, father, grandchildren, or parents. We want to deliver medication to patients who can't leave home. We want to bring medication to hospital beds for patients that can't get home and have to get transportation to their facilities. Our employees live in these communities. Our children go to school there. We buy homes, we pay taxes. Their paychecks support the local economy. We're sponsoring recreational activities, supporting local schools, providing vaccines for homebound patients, supporting charities, and stepping forward when the community calls for us. We're not simply located in our communities, we're entrenched in them. But today, independent pharmacies are operating in a marketplace where economics become increasingly difficult to survive. One of the biggest issues is how we value pharmacists' professional service. We evaluate their prescription, we look for interactions, we resolve problems before it gets to the patient. Yet the professional dispensing fee by the PBMs and that knowledge and responsibility is worth pennies and sometimes nothing. Our value of the healthcare system should not be attached to the cost of the medication. A colleague introduced me to an analogy which has really kind of resonated a couple years ago. It's to an auto mechanic. So say your car's broke down and you have to get a part fixed and the part costs $20. You don't walk into the auto mechanic and say, hey, I'll pay you the $20. I don't need your expertise to fix it. We'll just pay you the cost of the part. That's the same concept that PBMs are deploying right now, where they're paying us the cost of medication, but nothing for that professional service.
And we just wanted to bring you just a portion of these comments here from yesterday. You heard from Florida Attorney General James Uthmeier, other officials there as well, as they are taking legal action against Prime Therapeutics and Express Scripts for their illegal price-fixing scheme that hurts patients and seniors. That's according to Attorney General Uthmeier. All right, we're going to step away for a commercial break here on Live Now from Fox. My name is Christy Matino, and we're back with more news after this. And welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. Let's take you out live to Plymouth, Massachusetts, as day 2 of jury deliberations are set to get underway here very shortly in the Lindsay Clancy murder trial. It looks like we were just getting a picture there, but now this shot back on the seal. So what I wanted to do, though, is just hang on here for a little bit to see if maybe we will start to see a progression here in a matter of moments in terms of hearing from the judge again, because during the commercial break, we were hearing from the judge. But I just wanted to recap here for you what we can expect today, as well as what we saw just yesterday, as this waiting game has begun after 5 weeks of testimony. Jurors now deliberating in Lindsay Clancy's murder trial, and she's the Massachusetts mom accused of strangling her children to death in 2023. Now, in this trial, it's the prosecution's burden to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Clancy is criminally responsible for killing her 3 kids. Now, we checked in with Fox's Kaylee Schuyler a bit earlier on here today. She's been live outside the courthouse there in Plymouth, Massachusetts all week, and she reports that the jury has been deliberating there for, this would be the 2nd day, and they consist of 9 women and 3 men. Now, ultimately, they will have to decide what they believe was going through Clancy's mind when she killed her children. They heard very different stories during closing arguments just yesterday, and we brought those closing arguments to you here on Live Now from Fox, as Clancy's defense attorney, Kevin Reddington, says she was suffering mentally for months and tried to get help. He says she received lousy medical care, and ultimately, when the system failed her, a voice commanded her to kill her children and herself, and she didn't have control of her actions. Now, we heard from the prosecutor yesterday as well, who says Clancy had more access to care than most, and she would mislead her healthcare providers. Also, the prosecution arguing that the evidence shows she planned the murders and that she's making up the story of auditory hallucinations that commanded her to kill her kids. The possible outcomes the jury can decide between for Clancy's fate are guilty, not guilty due to a lack of criminal responsibility, first-degree murder, second-degree murder, and a lesser charge of manslaughter. Now, legal experts say a not guilty verdict is unlikely since Clancy has confessed to the murders. She could face anywhere from life in prison to being committed to a state mental health facility indefinitely. And once again, it is unclear whether we are going to get that verdict here today. But we just spoke with an attorney that if these deliberations do continue, it could possibly be tomorrow or it could be pushed into next week. And that really is just dependent on the court. All right, we just want to share this moment here with you from moments ago. Was this today?
Yep, this was
okay. This was moments ago. Just checking with my producer. This was just moments ago during that commercial break when I told you that we were just hearing from the judge. Let's listen in.
Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
All right. Well, good morning, everyone. Good morning, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Clancy. All right. Are we ready to bring the jury in? Yes. Okay. Yeah. Bring the jury in.
All rise. Jurors enter. Court's now in session. Be seated, please. Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons having anything to do before the Honorable William Sullivan, the Justice of the Superior Court, now sitting at Plymouth, within and for the Commonwealth, draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now in session.
Good morning, Your Honor. May I proceed?
Yes, please.
Your Honor, before the court today, we have 12 deliberating jurors and 6 Alternate jurors are present for the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington. The Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
All right. Well, thank you, Madam Clerk. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
What I'm going to do is just ask you those questions and send you right back out. So, first question, is any member of the jury read, seen, heard, or overheard anything from any source about any aspect of this case that would affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror? No. All right. Last question, is there any other serious matter of concern bearing on your service as a juror in this case that anybody needs to bring to my attention? No. All right. Thank you again for following those instructions. And at this time, you may resume your deliberations. Thank you.
Court, all rise. Sure, this way. Jurors have exited the court.
All right. Counsel, anything we need to address at this time?
No, thank you.
All right. So we'll be in recess at this time. Thank you.
This court stands in recess.
So that was just moments ago there, as you heard the judge saying the court is now in recess as those jury deliberations are continuing here today. And once again, if you are just joining us, it is unclear at this moment when we are going to be getting that verdict, but we are on verdict watch. And of course, we will bring you any news as it develops or breaks here this morning. All right, let's take you out to this live look. This is another story we're following here today. And this is the March on Washington. Thousands of people are expected to participate there today. And we've been checking in with our Fox 5 DC team. We know this program was set to start at 9 a.m. Eastern time, but it has not yet. I just checked in there. But these main keynote speakers, those are set to speak or get underway, rather, at 11 a.m. Eastern time. So running just a tad behind here, 20 minutes past the top of the hour. If you want more information, this is a post here from Senator Bernie Sanders. As he says, 62 years ago, the people from across the country, stood with Dr. King on the National Mall to fight racism and economic injustice. Those struggles continue today. Join me tomorrow, which is today, in D.C. at the March on Washington Defend the Vote rally. So we know that thousands, as we're saying here, expected to participate. Once again, there's that live look in front of the Lincoln Memorial there on the National Mall. And this is a rally in support of voting rights and racial justice ahead of the midterm elections, following this wave of changes to voting laws and redistricting battles that we have been covering here on Live Now from Fox. And this is the 2026 Defend the Vote March on Washington, which is organized by the Reverend Al Sharpton and Martin Luther King III. So we are going to have those keynote speakers in just a bit here. Unclear what exactly that program is going to consist of. I'm actually on the March on Washington's page here to see what exactly we can anticipate here today. I'm clicking on the event details tab. Okay, so it's nothing that we don't already know, that this was supposed to start at 9 a.m. Eastern time, and then those speakers will be a little bit later on here today. So, all right, they're running a little bit behind. What we're going to do is just a transition now to some other news. Actually, we're going to step away for a commercial break. Stay with us here on Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back in. It is 9:24 on the East Coast and 6:24 on the West Coast. So before the commercial break, we've been bringing you this live look here as the March on Washington set to get underway here very shortly. As I said, they are running just a tad bit behind. However, we've been checking in with our Fox 5 DC team. Stephanie Ramirez, she just spoke with some of those protesters that are in attendance there today. Let's listen in to their coverage.
Much Mel for staying on top of this. Meantime, the 63rd anniversary of the March on Washington is kicking off in the National Mall. It's where we first heard the iconic I Have a Dream speech from Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Let's get out to Fox 5, Stephanie Ramirez. She is there now. And Steph, quite a few people already have come out to take part in this. Good morning.
Yeah, absolutely. Good morning. They should be getting underway soon. The theme of this year, defend the vote. Now, let's show you more of the crowd here gathered by the steps of the Lincoln Memorial. I want to also mention, guys, organizers, they are saying that they are continuing the fight for civil rights and economic justice. And this year, taking a stand against recent Supreme Court rulings that weakened the Voting Rights Act and impacted redistricting. Virginia Governor Abigail Spanberger is among the notable guests speaking on that today. Reverend Al Sharpton with his organization, NON, the National Action Network, as well as the family of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. are among those leading the demonstration. Right now with me, I've got Jaden and Samuel. They said this is their first time ever participating in a march in Washington, now living in D.C. Guys, tell me why you came down.
Yes, I came down because as a new admitted graduate student at the George Washington University and as a proud North Carolina A&T State University alumni, I'm here to defend my right to vote. I'm here for justice for marginalized communities, liberation, and to just protect my right to vote. My undergraduate university is the largest HBCU on campus. Well, in the nation, really. And we have recently had our voting site removed from campus, making it extremely difficult for students to cast in their voting ballot. So I'm here to do just that, to advocate for my undergraduate university, to defend my right to vote, and fight like Malcolm X.
Thank you. Real quickly, I mean, what are you hoping to get from today?
Yeah, I'm hoping to send a message to the White House that we need a free and fair election. I am from just south of Atlanta. I went to school in Memphis, Tennessee, and this administration knows they can't win there, so they're trying to scare us, and they're trying to steal our vote by gerrymandering us out of our representation in Congress, and that's not okay, and I'm hoping they hear us when we say we demand a free and fair election.
Very interesting, guys. Thank you for joining us today on Fox 5. I want to mention, guys, so we told you 9 o'clock is when things are supposed to get underway, so again, they will be starting soon. Closer to 11 is when we are going to hear the keynote speakers, and then later on, closer to 1 o'clock is when the march will kick off. I'll send it back to you for now.
All right, Steph.
All right, thank you to our Fox 5 DC team. You just heard from some protesters that are there in DC today. However, we have not heard from President Trump. We're checking his social media, the White House. If we get any statement on this, of course, bring it to you. But President Trump, he's actually not there for the March on Washington in DC today. He's not in the nation's capital. He is going to be here in Houston, Texas. And actually, he is already there. We saw that he landed last night, and he's going to be giving these remarks at 11 a.m. Eastern time. This is the Artemis II Congressional Space Medal of Honor ceremony. So President Trump will be speaking there at the NASA Lyndon B. Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. You can see some people already starting to file in. Once we get those comments, we will bring them to you. And let's stay in Texas. This is from the Dallas Police Department, giving this update on safety and security planning for upcoming Republican National Convention midterm convention. So I just wanted to share some information here about this. Dallas officials are estimating police security for the upcoming Republican National Convention will cost about $1.8 million. Additional expenses are expected across city departments as planners work to determine whether the city can be reimbursed. Dallas Office of Security Management Emergency Management Director Kevin Oden cautioned that the figures are planning estimates and do not necessarily represent new unreimbursed costs to the city's general fund. However, we heard from officials there just yesterday, and I wanted to share those comments here with you now.
Good afternoon. First of all, I want to acknowledge that our police chief could not be here with us today. He is officially on city business. The city of Dallas is prepared to welcome guests for the Republican National Committee's midterm convention. Our responsibility as a city is straightforward: protecting the safety of our residents, our visitors, attendees, demonstrators, our public safety partners, and our employees to ensure that Dallas continues to operate. Planning for an event of this size requires significant coordination across city departments and with our local, state, and federal partners. Dallas has an extensive experience hosting major events, dignitary visits, large demonstrations, and events that attract national and international attention. Our teams are planning for the expected, while also preparing for the unexpected. The city's operational period will extend beyond the convention to account for security preparations and related activities. The Dallas Police Department, Dallas Fire and Rescue, the Office of Emergency Management and Crisis Response, Transportation and Public Works, Convention and Event Services, and many other city departments are working together. The Joint Information Center will be activated beginning September the 8th through September the 11th to coordinate public information and help ensure timely, accurate, and consistent communications across all participating agencies. Residents should expect additional information regarding traffic impacts, road closures, and other public-facing information that may arise. Recently, there have been questions raised regarding the cost of providing the staffing and the resources necessary to safely support this event. The current estimate is approximately $1.8 million, is based on the information that is available today with the anticipated security requirements. That estimate will continue to be refined as operational plans are finalized. The city is also actively evaluating reimbursement and grant opportunities and will pursue all eligible funding sources to help offset the cost to Dallas taxpayers. At the same time, reimbursements do not necessarily determine whether we provide necessary public safety services. Our responsibility is to protect Dallas, and that responsibility will remain the same during this event. Moving on to First Amendment activity. Dallas respects and protects constitutionally protected speech and peaceful assembly. Our goal is not to interfere with lawful expression. Our goal is to provide an environment where people can exercise their rights safely while protecting the rights and safety of everyone else. The same public safety expectations apply, regardless of political affiliation or individual viewpoints. As I close, let me say this: Dallas will be ready. We're approaching this event the same way we've approached other major events, through planning, partnership, professionalism, and a commitment to public safety. At this time, I'd like to turn the podium over to Deputy Chief Devon Polk.
Thank you, Madam City Manager. Good afternoon. The Dallas Police Department has been engaged in extensive planning for this event with both our local, regional, state, and federal partners. Because this event includes federal protectees, we're working closely with our federal law enforcement partners to ensure coordinated security operations. For security reasons, we will not discuss specific staffing, numbers, tactical assignments, or protective movements, but I do want to share what the public can expect. There will be temporary and rolling road closures associated with the convention, with motorcades, and with security operations. The most significant traffic impacts are going to be expected around the American Airlines Center and Victory Park. Other areas of the city may experience temporary closures as security needs arise. Some of these closures could happen with little to no notice. We encourage anyone traveling in these areas to plan ahead, allow extra time, and consider alternate routes. We will share road closures and traffic information through official city and DPD channels. Additionally, the public should expect increased law enforcement presence throughout this event. There will be both visible and non-visible security measures, including controlled access points, security perimeters, and increased coordination from local, state, and federal partners. You may also see officers from agencies outside of the Dallas Police Department. This is a coordinated operation, and it allows us to bring additional resources to Dallas while continuing to provide police service throughout the city. Dallas does not stop. Dallas Police Department does not stop because a major event is taking place downtown. We have planned accordingly. We are also prepared for demonstrations associated with this convention. DPD respects the constitutional rights to peacefully assemble and express viewpoints.
And we just wanted to bring a portion of that press conference here to you as Dallas, Texas estimates $1.8 million in police costs for the Republican National Convention, alongside additional city expenses for transportation and cleanup. All right, well, we do see a live event getting underway here, and this is the March on Washington. The program was a little bit delayed, but it is now underway outside the Lincoln Memorial.
But we've also been in this space in this nation in which the least and the left out seem to get left behind. But God, we don't believe that you brought us this far to leave us. And so God, right now we come to speak not just truth to power, but we come to speak truth to powers and principalities. God, in Jesus' name, we come right now asking that the Spirit of the living God would fall fresh on us. God, fall on us like you fell on A. Philip Randolph and Dorothy Height. God, fall on us like you fell on Bayard Rustin and Ella Baker. God, fall on us like you fell on Medgar Evers and Fannie Lou Hamer. God, fall on us like you fell on John Lewis and Diane Nash. God, fall on us like you fell on Jesse Jackson and Barbara Jordan. God, fall on us like you fell on Shirley Chisholm and Marion Barry. God, today we ask that you would fall on us. God, we ask for your power in this season. God, power to walk right and to talk right. But most of all, God, the courage to stand the test of this age. And God, right now, we praise you in advance for the victory. God, we give your name the honor and the glory for the victory. Victory in our houses, and victory in our community, and victory in our families, and victory in our finances. God, we don't care who's in the White House as long as we know who stands on the throne. And so, God, we come to give you the glory today. We give your name the honor, and we give your name the praise, for the victory shall be ours. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen and amen.
Good morning, March on Washington. It's an honor to be here today representing the Interfaith Alliance. The 96th Psalm says, "Sing to the Lord a new song." Will you pray with me? Lord, we need a new song in America today because too many religious leaders bend the knee to the would-be tyrant in the White House. Lord, we need a new song in America today when politicians put up the 10 Commandments posters in public schools with one hand and then undermine diversity, equity, inclusion policies with the other. Lord, we need a new song in America today when election deniers hold up the Bible as a prop to distract us from their voter suppression. Lord, we need a new song in America today when our tech bro oligarchs dream of colonizing space while right here on planet Earth we have all the resources we need to end hunger and provide health care for all. Lord, give us a new song today with a symphony of prophetic zeal, never changing our tune when our friends are in power, and sung in the key of the faithful, inclusive love of Dolly Parton. Psalm 96 ends, "He will judge the world in righteousness and the people with faithfulness." May our witness today be acceptable to you, Lord. Amen.
I'm a little short. Assalamu alaikum, peace and blessings on this beautiful day. My name is Umbreen Khan. I'm a leader in the Muslim community and the former board chair of the Interfaith Alliance, and I am so grateful to be here with you today that we have arrived in this moment because we need each other. I am called here because of my faith as a Muslim and as an American. I am proud to be part of a multi-faith invocation. Here we model the truth because it honors the truth of our history, that Islam has been a part of our lands longer than we have been a nation. I offer this reflection beginning with the words, Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim, in the name of the Almighty, the most beneficent and the most merciful. Join me in prayer. O Lord, we call upon you as we bear witness to the suffering and oppression in our broken world with strong hearts. Inspire us with your spirit so that we can stand up to those who oppress and deny our dignity. O merciful Lord, in a world where politicians spread fear and lies to gain votes and exploit fear, to foment divide, we ask you, O Lord, to keep us steady and focused on combating injustice so that we may use our feet and our hands and our hearts and our minds to reject those who seek to erase us. Fill us, O Lord, with compassion and courage as we work to heal and protect the vulnerable. O Creator of all, guide us to work in community with each other, our brothers and sisters across tribe and tradition, united by the shared values of truth, equity, and charity. May we never forget that you did not create us into tribes to hate or despise one another, but to know and love each other. In moments like this, our response must reflect the prophetic example, to stand with the oppressed, to reject injustice, and to walk toward the challenge of confronting systemic racism. With courage, especially in this climate of violence, where we see our brothers and sisters disappeared into an inhumane detention center network, denied due process. In this world where we see the moral compass calling us to heal has been corrupted by a leader that seeks to harm.
All right, so if you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, we just dipped into this coverage. This is the March on Washington here today, and there is this program outside of the Lincoln Memorial that got underway a bit late here, but at 11 a.m. Eastern time, that's when we're going to hear from some keynote speakers. We'll head back out to that in just a matter of minutes here on Live Now from Fox. Stay with us. And welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. Sharing this post here from Representative Mike Collins saying on this day in history in 1963, Martin Luther King Jr. delivered his most iconic speech, I Have a Dream, to over 250,000 people on the steps of the Lincoln Memorial. Here's that live look of the Lincoln Memorial this morning as we continue to listen in to the March on Washington.
Be in vain if I could help somebody as I pass along. If I could cheer somebody with a word or song, if I can show somebody that are traveling wrong, then my living shall not be in vain. Then my living shall not be in vain. Oh, my living shall not be in vain. If I can show, if you can show somebody that they're traveling wrong, why don't you point to your neighbor? Then our living, then your living, then my living, all living shall not be in vain.
Let us now welcome the Honorable Robert C. White, Jr., at-large council member, Council of the District of Columbia.
Good morning. Welcome to my home, Washington, D.C. 63 years ago, right here, Dr. King and a generation of civil rights leaders called Americans together to demand that our country finally live up to its promise. Walter Fauntroy helped organize that march and went on to become Washington, D.C.'s first delegate to Congress in the modern era. He was followed by the great Eleanor Holmes Norton, another giant of the civil rights movement. And in January, I will have the extraordinary honor of following them to Congress. I will inherit their seat, but all of us inherit the unfinished work. That means protecting the rights that they won and winning the rights they never got to see. We have to defend a Voting Rights Act that the Supreme Court has weakened. We have to protect the fundamental right of voters to choose their representatives in Congress instead of politicians choosing their voters. And we have to end the second-class citizenship in the capital of the United States. In Washington, D.C., we, nearly 700,000 Americans, still have no voting representation in Congress. In my own family, that contradiction spans generations. Both of my grandfathers, Lloyd and Lewis, served this country in war. Lloyd became a Navy fighter pilot who was shot down over Laos. Lewis was drafted and sent to Korea. They went across the world to defend a democracy that did not fully include them at home. 3 generations, 2 veterans, 1 future member of Congress, and still no vote. That is not democracy. Democracy does not take power from voters to protect politicians. Democracy does not strip away the rights that generations fought for. And democracy does not deny Americans a vote simply because they call the nation's capital home. So 63 years after Americans marched on Washington, D.C., demanding that America live up to its promise, it is time to fulfill that promise for the people of Washington, D.C. Full voting rights, full representation, full citizenship in our democracy. It is time to make Washington, D.C. the 51st state. Give us our vote. Thank you.
Let us now welcome the Honorable Janice Lewis George, Ward 4 Council Member, Council of the District of...
All right, so we're listening in there to the March on Washington that has just gotten underway. A lot of these speakers coming up here, but once again, those keynote speakers are slated to begin at 11 a.m. Eastern Time. Stay with us, heading away for our final commercial break of the hour on Live Now from Fox. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back. And if you're just joining us, my name is Christy Matino, and we have a lot of live feeds we're monitoring here. Before we head back out to Washington, D.C., I wanted to bring this live look coming in out of Plymouth, Massachusetts, as day 2 of jury deliberations currently underway there in the Lindsay Clancy murder trial. We heard from the judge a short time ago that court now in recess as the jurors are deliberating. Unclear when we can expect that verdict here today, but we will bring you all those developments here on Live Now from Fox, if it happens today. Also taking you out to this live look, we've been sharing here that in just about an hour's time, we're going to be hearing from President Trump. He's set to deliver some remarks there in Houston, Texas. This is the Artemis II Congressional Space Medal of Honor ceremony. And President Trump will be speaking at NASA Lyndon B. Johnson Space Center. So, of course, bringing that to you uninterrupted here as well on Live Now from Fox. As we await all of that, let's take you back out to Washington, D.C., where we are watching as programming just got underway there on the steps of the Lincoln Memorial for the 2026 March on Washington. Let's listen in.
Up to his promise. That's what we're here today to do. They march for freedom. They march for economic opportunity, for the right to have a voice in the country they helped build. It's humbling, but it's also energizing. Because we're not just here to commemorate their historic work, we're here to carry it forward. 63 years ago, a generation of Americans made this nation better because they believed it could do better. They understood that democracy is not self-executing. The Voting Rights Act was their greatest victory. The right to vote is the power people have to shape their future and the future of our communities and the future of our country. It's about whether government is accountable to the people or just to the powerful. We're seeing a change here in America right now. It's about whether every community, regardless of race, faith, or background, is fully represented in our democracy and fully included in the promise that is America. That power is under attack again today. They've gone directly after the Voting Rights Act, and they're creating new restrictions and new barriers to voting. And those attacks, they fall hardest on black communities and black voters, communities of color, the communities that have led this fight to make our democracy more inclusive and more just. Generations before us fought these fights. They understood that freedom is not something that you inherit. It's something that you have to protect. So now it's our turn. That means defending the vote, protecting every voter's voice, and standing together when those voices are threatened. We're not protecting a process, we're defending people's power. Go out and vote. Thank you.
Let us now welcome Kenny Sandoval of Rock the Vote.
It's an honor to stand here today in this sacred spot because 63 years ago, hundreds of thousands of people gathered here to say with one voice, enough is enough. They came demanding that America live up to its promise, and central to their demands was the right to vote. In the years that followed, we saw the passage of the Civil Rights Act and the Voting Rights Act, both direct results of the work done by the people who stood where you're standing today. The older I get, the more I understand how much of my own life was shaped by people I will never meet. I grew up on a family farm in a small town in northern New Mexico. My mom worked 2 jobs to raise 4 boys, largely on her own. There was never a reason for me to believe that I could one day grow up and work in the White House for not 1 but 2 presidents, or to stand before you helping to lead one of the country's largest organizations focused on young voters. But that's what progress is. It changes the range of lives people are allowed to imagine for themselves. For 36 years, Rock the Vote has worked to bring young people into our democracy, helping to register more than 15 million voters. Registration, though, is only the beginning. We work with young people to give them the information they need to cast the ballot, and work with partners across the country to protect their access to it. Because voting rights don't protect themselves. Every generation has to claim them, to defend them, and every generation faces the same choice: fight or retreat. Those who marched in 1963 could not know the full breadth of who would benefit from what they were building. They could not know me or the countless young people who grew up in a world where they could dream of a life beyond the boundaries of what was set for us. And we may never know the names of those who benefit from our actions. Our responsibility today isn't simply to remember what happened here. It's to fight to continue the progress we inherited. And that starts with the vote. Thank you.
Let us now welcome Joteka L. Edie, founder of Win with Black Women.
"63 years to go. Today, hundreds of thousands gathered on this sacred ground for the March on Washington for Jobs and Freedom. And today, I stand here on their shoulders. I stand on behalf of Win with Black Women. I stand for the 44,000 Black women who gathered in a moment of history and declared that we would not sit on the sidelines. I also stand here for the 92% of Black women who tried to tell America. And we are still telling America, because black women are neither footnotes nor afterthoughts in American story. Our labor.
All right, so we're listening in there to the March on Washington. Again, a lot of high-profile speakers there today, so we'll continue to dip in. However, we want to take you out to this live event. This takes us out to Jackson Hole, Wyoming, as we're hearing from Federal Reserve Chair Kevin Warsh. Let's listen in.
I've been looking forward to this weekend. And before I go further, I want to thank Jeff Schmidt and his team for the incredible hospitality. Everybody here is in debt to you and to your colleagues here at the Federal Reserve Bank of Kansas City. Jeff, our thanks to you and your team. Now, he and the other planners here have some recreation options lined up for later today. I'd advise you to be very careful with your choices. As I learned years ago, you can take two different kinds of hikes on the trails around Jackson. I can sum up my hikes with former Vice Chairman Don Cohn with two words: I survived. These steely marathon death marches revealed a sign of Don that I was not ready for. But there's another kind of hike. This one was with former Chairman Ben Bernanke, another dear old colleague. With Ben, it was a much more leisurely pace, an easy stroll along the wandering trails of the Rockefeller Preserve. So before setting out today, my recommendation is do a wellness check. Ask yourself, is this a Cohn day or a Bernanke day? The best thing about this gathering is that it helps us all get out here to the mountains and clear our minds and think straight about our world and our time. For me, it feels like the right place and the right audience for a real engagement with the ideas that matter most. Innovation, as Kristen mentioned, is the conference theme. And I believe the public and the markets understand that innovations in the conduct of Fed policy will help deliver price stability alongside full employment. So here's a quick overview of what I'll cover in my remarks this morning. You can call it an outline, you can call it a trail map, but please just don't call it forward guidance. First, I'll touch on a few of the longer-term questions we're asking at the Fed about the latest general-purpose technology, AI, and where it might take the economy. Then I'll reflect a bit on the practice of forward guidance and the interaction between the central bank and financial markets. Next, I'll present some of the key principles that I believe should guide the conduct of monetary policy. And finally, I'll give you my assessment of what's happening in the economy.
All right, we apologize. We are going to continue those remarks in just a matter of moments, but we are seeing that, well, maybe going back to the seal. All right, never mind. We're going to go back to Kevin Warsh. We're just keeping a close eye here on the Lindsay Clancy murder trial as jury deliberations are underway. It looked like the judge may have been speaking there for a moment, but let's take you back out to Kevin Warsh.
The crisis of 2008 and over the decade that followed, when economists and policymakers were speaking of secular stagnation, speaking of a global savings glut, it was a widely held view that an excess of capital would sit on the sidelines for a very long, long time because there just wouldn't be enough compelling investment opportunities. All the good stuff, you'll recall, had been invented, so growth would be low and slow. Well, times sure have changed. We've come to a hinge point in history, to borrow a phrase, a framing from my former mentor, George Shultz. To cite the clearest example, progress in AI, the 80-year-old name for the newest technology, has been faster even than its evangelists predicted just a couple of years ago. The potential for substantially higher growth is on the rise. Ever-expanding pools of capital pouring into AI-related infrastructure of all sorts. A kind of super Moore's law seems to be playing out. Scaling laws, too, are changing both the method and speed of innovation. Capital and labor have combined to create large language models at the heart of AI. Users buy tokens to gain access to these models. Reports put annualized token sales for the two leading labs alone at more than $100 billion, an increase of 500% from just 12 months ago. We at the Fed, we watch all this attentively. We recognize that AI is a new variable, potentially a new factor of production that will have consequences both for the economy and for the conduct of monetary policy. It opens up some major lines of inquiry. Will the application of AI cause a significant sustained rise in productivity across the economy? If so, when? Will token usage be complementary or competitive to labor? Will the next generation of AI models demand even greater capital intensity too? Or will the models themselves help devise a capital-light solution? Among the other yet unknowns is the resulting market structure. Who gets to make the money? It's not obvious where the returns on capital will land or on what time scale. Early on, how much of the surplus goes to owners of scarce assets, the AI labs or chip makers or energy producers or cloud providers? Over time, how much of that value accrues to businesses and consumers? And importantly, what are the implications for workers and for the employment side of the Fed's mandate? Likewise, we don't yet know the equilibrium price of the tokens that give access to these models. Might there be a heterogeneity of tokens such that growing sums will be paid for the access to the best models, those at the frontier? Will token prices for older models fall to the level of their marginal cost? Well, we'll be thinking through these matters with the help of a task force on productivity and jobs. My early check-ins with the leaders of that task force and the rest have been very encouraging. To be clear, though, their recommendations will come later and have no bearing on decisions we make in the current policy conjuncture. But I believe that for future policy challenges, this intellectual investment today will leave us much better prepared for tomorrow. Next, let me say a word about forward guidance and its substitutes. As our task forces go about their work, as you might know, I'm not waiting to introduce innovations at the Fed to help make us fit for purpose. To highlight one example, I've set out to change the form and function of the Fed chairman's so-called forward guidance. You might know about my longtime discomfort with early pronouncements of future policy decisions. I much prefer another path, and now we'll make the case for it. Transparency in communications about future policy decisions is not an end unto itself. Communications must be in service to the Fed's paramount responsibility. And what is that? That's getting policy right. Forward guidance as a regular practice was adopted by my colleagues and me during the global financial crisis. It was essential at the time, and we introduced it with much fanfare. But as with other legacies of crises past, I believe the practice has outstayed its welcome. In normal times, the role of forward guidance should be limited and circumscribed. Otherwise, it risks creating ambiguity in the name of clarity. Oversharing policy deliberations and overcommitting to future decisions can lead markets, businesses, and households astray. And I believe when policymakers make quasi-commitments on interest rates throughout the cycle, we inhibit our own freedom to make the right calls when it's time to decide. To get policy right, we also need to get the relationship right between the central bank and financial markets. The Fed needs clear market signals, as unfiltered as possible, from market internals, from the level and change in asset prices across sectors, the prices and trading volumes of Treasury securities, the foreign exchange value of the dollar, the cost and availability of credit, a broad set of commodity prices. These and other indicators should inform the Fed's near-term outlook on economic activity and inflation throughout the business cycle. They should also reveal the state of broader financial conditions and the risks and uncertainties of the financial cycle.
All right, so we're listening into Federal Reserve Chair Kevin Warsh as he is speaking at the central bank's annual conference, and this is a high-profile speech. This just coming in here as he has just started speaking, but the Wall Street Journal says in his Jackson Hole debut, Kevin Warsh signaled the Fed may not be done fighting inflation, saying financial conditions don't look restrictive. Actually, we were going to step away for a commercial break. Never mind. Okay, so if you are just joining us, we're following the Lindsay Clancy murder trial. We are on verdict watch at this point, and they keep zooming out away from the seal. I'll just put this up here to show you. They keep zooming in and out away from the seal. So the seal kind of symbolizes that they are in a recess as the jury is deliberating, but of course, we want to just continue to monitor this feed. So if we do interrupt our coverage here to head out to that, that is because we are waiting on a possible verdict with that. All right, stay with us here on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Christy Mattino. We'll head back out to Kevin Warsh after this commercial break, leaving you with this live look there in Wyoming. This is Alpine. We'll be right back.
That's called.
All right, welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. Let's take you back out to this beautiful look of Wyoming. We're hearing from Federal Reserve Chair Kevin Warsh as he's delivering his first high-profile speech at the central bank's annual conference at Jackson Hole, Wyoming. And we also just learned here from the Wall Street Journal that in his Jackson Hole speech here, Kevin Warsh signaled the Fed may not be done fighting inflation, saying financial conditions don't look restrictive. Let's take you back out live to Jackson Hole.
How then to chart a better path to policy? In the balance of my remarks, I will share with you some key principles that guide my thinking on the appropriate conduct of monetary policy, and then I'll offer my promised assessment of the economy. So let's turn first to principles. First, I've noticed in this line of work, yesterday's news has a way of getting mistaken for what's happening right now. The challenge is to know the difference. In other words, we must interrogate reality. Make sure we're not setting forward-looking policy based on stale or inaccurate data. Nor should we rely on isolated data points. Trends matter most. The Fed's a decision-making agency. We make choices amid uncertainty, and the data upon which we draw must be relevant, contemporaneous, accurate, and as actionable as possible. Second principle. The Fed's actions are intended to ensure that the aggregate demand side of the economy is broadly consistent with aggregate supply. However, all we observe directly is activity. We never see and can only infer what's really happening on the supply side. Hence, evaluating the current and expected balance between aggregate supply and aggregate demand is imprecise. Third principle. There should be no misunderstanding. The Fed's price stability objective of 2%, as measured by the PCE price index, is a firm, fixed target. Let me be equally clear about another aspect of this objective. Price stability is not self-executing, nor is inflation necessarily mean reverting. It's the Fed's job to deliver stable prices, no excuses. Fourth principle, the Fed also bears responsibility for maximum employment. Achieving both sides of our mandate over the medium term is not an either-or proposition. I do not believe the Fed's dual mandate works at cross purposes. After all, high inflation itself is very harmful to economic prosperity. Fifth principle, short-term interest rates are the predominant tool to achieve the dual mandate. Unconventional policies to spur economic activity may suit genuine crises, of which we all have much experience, but they should otherwise be used sparingly, if at all. Sixth, money matters. I know it's not fashionable these days, but my view is that money has something important to do with monetary policy. We should pay attention to money created by the central bank and money that comes from the banking and financial system. It's true that financial innovations, the subject of this conference, and other factors alter the mechanics that link the monetary base, the velocity of money, and the broader economy. But that is scarcely a reason to ignore the ultimate effects of money on financial conditions and prices. Finally, a quieter Fed, a more purposeful Fed in its communications, is better able to meet its objectives. And we can be held accountable for delivering on our remit, the only true test of our credibility. To borrow a line from General Chuck Yeager, at the moment of truth, there are either reasons or results. So having heard a little bit about AI and general purpose technologies, having heard a little bit about the next policy conjuncture, a little bit on principles, let's turn to the economy today. Given those principles, how do I read the economy? What's really going on outside the window? It's a little ironic, there are no windows in this room, but there are big ones at the Federal Reserve. And we've been using those in my first 100 days. And I expect we're going to continue to use those in the period right ahead of us. Now, you may have read in the July minutes the unanimous view of the FOMC. Labor markets were stable, output solid, but inflation remained too high. A good majority of my colleagues and I thought the wiser course was to await new information in the intermeeting period, especially given possible developments in supply chains, investment flows, and geopolitics, before deciding whether a change in interest rate policy was advisable. And we expressed our joint readiness to act as circumstances require. For my part today, as we sit here, I'm impressed by the overall performance of the economy, which appears to have strengthened. One indicator of strength is how well an economy holds up under stress, how well it holds up under shocks. On that score, both Main Street and Wall Street have been remarkably resilient. Several other observations. Business CapEx is rising rapidly. The four-quarter change in investment in equipment and intangibles has been around 9%, its highest growth rate since 2021. and more than half of the CapEx growth can likely be ascribed to the build-out related to AI. What about profits? For the firms in the S&P, profits have grown more than 20% over the past year alone. Profit margins are quite elevated relative to history. Overall equity and market volatility, quite low. We're staying keenly focused on market internals, watching performance across sectors. Expectations for both growth in CapEx and corporate earnings are running quite high. I continue to watch the change in the growth rates, the second derivative. The follow-on effects on asset prices, business confidence, consumer incomes and spending are equally important to gauge. Credit spreads on corporate bonds and leveraged loans are near the low end of their historical averages, and issue volumes this year quite strong. Looking beyond fixed income markets to the banking business, in the July so-called SLOOS survey, banks tell us that standards for C&I loans are on the easier end of their historical ranges. That helps explain their growth that we've seen this year in these loans. In my view, credit and loan markets are showing few signs of policy restraint. Now, certain sectors, like housing and agriculture, are showing strains. But on balance, I would be hard-pressed to describe broad financial conditions as restrictive. Real consumer spending has been healthy despite these shocks, increasing more than 2% over the past 4 quarters. If you combine consumption with the brisk investment we talked about earlier, private domestic financial purchases have also risen. These purchases have increased at a pace of nearly 3% or so far this year. That's a measure that typically carries more signal than GDP. The trend here, too, positive. So on the employment side of the Fed's dual mandate, our country's doing well. Labor markets are quite stable. The jobless rate at 4.1% remains low by historical standards and hasn't changed much in a couple of years. Unemployment claims on a 4-week moving average, an empirically robust real-time indicator, are near their lowest level in decades. In my view, the relatively low turnover in today's labor market is partly a result of the significant rematching between employers and employees that happened in the post-pandemic environment. But when labor supply is barely growing, monthly job gains are naturally going to run low. There are always areas of concerns in the labor market. For example, among recent graduates. In general, though, people who want to work, by and large, are holding or finding jobs. They may well be concerned about future labor disruptions, but as of now, I believe the labor markets are broadly consistent with full employment.
We're listening in live there to Federal Reserve Chair Kevin Warsh as he's speaking there in Jackson Hole, Wyoming. And this is happening at the central bank's annual conference. But as we've been listening to him speak, we've been following this news here. The Associated Press sharing this to X, saying Federal Reserve Chair Kevin Warsh says U.S. inflation is still too high and opens the door to more rate hikes to fight elevated prices. A bit more information about this from the Associated Press is that, again, he said inflation is still too high and suggested the central bank may have to raise interest rates in the coming months to bring it down, which is a clearer signal than he had sent previously about his economic outlook. So this is his first high-profile speech at the Fed's annual conference at Jackson Hole. And Warsh acknowledged in prepared remarks that recent inflation reports show it has cooled a bit, but, quote, they do not tell me that underlying trends have meaningfully improved. He went on to say, we must be confident that underlying inflation is moving to our objective clearly and at sufficient speed. Otherwise, we have work to do. The Fed chair who replaced his predecessor, Jerome Powell, on May 22nd is facing high stakes with this speech as questions have circulated around Wall Street about his focus on fighting inflation. Those concerns may have contributed to rising bond yields. Warsh has said he doesn't want to provide what analysts call forward guidance about whether the Fed will hike or cut rates or stay on hold at upcoming meetings. He argues that it limits the Fed's flexibility by committing it to a specific policy. Yet some economists have argued that he could say more about his views on Fed policy without tipping his hand about future actions. Here's that market watch that we've been popping up here as we were listening in to this speech here, and we will head back to that in just a matter of moments here on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, we've also been following the Lindsay Clancy murder trial, and my producer Markima flagged that some people who are watching our dedicated YouTube stream of this are wondering about a recent update that the jury has sent a note in the Lindsay Clancy trial, and they were asking, well, what did that note say? As of right now, we don't know, but this is what Fox News is saying. The jury in Lindsay Clancy's murder trial has sent a question to the court as deliberations enter a second day. Court officers are preparing to reopen the courtroom to the media. Prosecutors have arrived, and we're awaiting word on what the jury wants to know. Clancy faces 3 counts of first-degree murder in the deaths of her children, Cora, Dawson, and Callan. She does not dispute killing them, but says she was suffering from postpartum psychosis. That is the latest information that we have there about that note that was sent to the judge there from the jury in the Lindsay Clancy trial. We're keeping an eye on all of these developing updates here. And of course, anything significant we will bring to you on Live Now from Fox. What we saw, that was a question, so we did want to answer it. All right, stay with us. We'll be right back. And welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. So we're going to take you back out to Wyoming here in just a matter of moments, where we're hearing from Federal Reserve Chair Kevin Warsh. And he just said this, that U.S. inflation is still too high and opens the door to more rate hikes to fight elevated prices. That's a developing story here that we can share more information on a little bit later on, but we want to take you back out live right now to his ongoing comments.
And I know that our country needs us to think carefully and act wisely, perhaps now more than ever. It's a tremendous honor to serve once again at the Federal Reserve. I'm truly grateful for the encouragement, good counsel, and the warm reception I've received in my first 100 days from my colleagues. I'm also honored and grateful for the views that I've gotten, solicited and unsolicited, from so many of you in this room. For that, and for your kind attention this morning, I say thank you. Let's get on with the rest of the program.
Thank you very much, Kevin, for getting the conversation going. Could our first set of panelists come up to the stage? So Kevin, thank you.
All right, well, we just caught the tail end of that there as we were listening in Jackson Hole, Wyoming. We brought you the majority of it, but really this big headline that we've been following here that has come out of this is the Associated Press is saying Federal Reserve Chair Kevin Warsh says U.S. inflation is still too high and opens the door to more rate hikes to fight elevated prices. A bit more information on this if you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox. He just said in this speech here at the central bank's annual conference that inflation still too high, and he suggested the central bank may have to raise interest rates in the coming months to bring it down, which is a clearer signal than he had sent previously about his economic outlook. In his first high-profile speech at the Fed's annual conference at Jackson Hole, Wyoming, Warsh acknowledged in prepared remarks that recent inflation reports show it has cooled a bit, but, quote, they do not tell me that underlying trends have meaningfully improved. We must be confident that underlying inflation is moving to our objective clearly and at sufficient speed. Otherwise, we have work to do. The Fed chair, who replaced his predecessor, Jerome Powell, back in May, is facing high stakes with his speech as questions have circulated around Wall Street about his focus on fighting inflation. And those concerns may have contributed to rising bond yields. All right, so my producer's flagging for me. We actually wanted to ask you all a question at home. Do you think inflation is still too high? Yes, no, not sure. You can scan that QR code in the top right-hand corner of your screen, or you can head to livenowfox.com/connect. Once again, that is livenowfox.com/connect. We would love to hear from you, and we'll be sharing this post here throughout the coming hours on Live Now from Fox. But once again, do you think inflation still too high? Let's leave this up here for just a moment. Well, we did want to leave that poll up for you so you had some time to vote. And thank you so much for all of you weighing in. What's really fun about these megaphone polls, we call them, is that we get to see your reactions in real time here. You could see these numbers have been changing by the second. So thank you once again to everyone who has voted. And it looks like the overwhelming majority of you think yes, inflation is still too high. And it's toggling in the 70s there, between 70 to 76%, let's say. Oh, 77. All right. Well, thank you so much, everyone, for voting. And we will check in with that here in a little bit. In the meantime, we've been sharing here that President Trump is set to speak just about 30 minutes time at this point, 11 a.m. Eastern time in Houston, Texas. It looks like this program is underway there at NASA. Let's listen in.
Colonies laid the foundation for the greatest and most enduring democracy in the history of the world. One driven by courage, faith, and freedom. From that moment, we became a nation defined not by where we stood, but by how far we were willing to go. We conquered vast frontiers, invented tools that shaped a modern world. We found light in the dark. And we rose from the earth. Faster, higher, farther. We pushed beyond the sky and into the unknown. We carried our courage into the cosmos. And we planted the American flag on the moon, the defining achievement of American superiority in space. Today, our curiosity stretches farther than ever. American robots search ancient rivers on Mars. New telescopes unfold to glimpse the first stars. and a new generation prepares to return to the moon, this time to stay. For 250 years, America has carried the light of humanity forward. But American exceptionalism isn't inherited, it's earned. Our greatness comes not only from what we've done, but what we're still determined to discover. Because in every era, across every horizon, America is at its best when it's reaching for something greater. America celebrates 250 years, and we are leading the world into the future.
Please welcome the director of NASA's Johnson Space Center, Vanessa Weish.
Good morning. I'm Vanessa Weish, director of NASA's Johnson Space Center. Thank you all for joining us for this momentous occasion as we celebrate and honor the Artemis II crew with the Congressional Space Medal of Honor. It is a tremendous privilege to lead the workforce here at NASA's Johnson Space Center, and we are proud to serve as the agency's Human Spaceflight Center of Excellence. Mission excellence and mission safety are at the heart of everything that we do. And that commitment is reflected in every giant leap we make. Johnson Space Center is home to NASA's Astronaut Corps, Mission Control, the Low Earth Orbit Program, and the Moon Base Program. And we're all working together to push the boundaries of space exploration. Reed, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy captivated the world with their journey around the moon, and they have continued inspiring us since returning home, or as Reed says, to tiny Earth. From inspiring the next generation to reminding us to dare to explore and embrace the very things that challenge us, the Artemis II crew is a testament to what we can accomplish when we come together with a shared purpose. I am extremely proud of the Artemis II crew and everyone that contributed to the success of the mission. This crew, when you see them, they are a reflection of all the people whose dedication, commitment, and sacrifice carried us forward to the moon. We are incredibly grateful for the bipartisan support that made this recognition possible, and we are honored to welcome President Donald J. Trump, whose commitment to excellence and American leadership in space continue to advance our mission. Thank you to all of our federal and state guests here today for all their support. We're also honored to welcome our senior leaders from NASA headquarters and from across all NASA centers. It is an honor to serve alongside such dedicated leaders as we work boldly to accomplish the future of human spaceflight. Thank you again for being here to share in this historic moment. Throughout the Johnson Space Center, you will see the words, "Giant leaps start here." And there's no better place for those words to come to life. Johnson Space Center has served as the iconic setting for some of humankind's greatest achievements, from sending the first humans to the moon, to enabling decades of continuous human presence in low Earth orbit. Just last year, we celebrated 25 years of continuous human presence aboard the International Space Station. I think that deserves a round of applause. That milestone was made possible through the dedication and expertise of generations of Johnson's workforce and our partners around the world. This fall, we look forward to celebrating another incredible milestone as Johnson marks its 65th anniversary. For nearly 65 years, Johnson has stood at the forefront of human spaceflight, helping turn what once seemed impossible into reality. We boldly stand on the shoulders of giants, and we look towards the moon, Mars, and beyond. And while we're doing that, I am extremely confident that our next great leap is right around the corner. As we continue to dare to explore, I look forward to seeing all that we will accomplish together. Now, I invite you to turn your attention to the screen for a special video celebrating NASA and America's 250th birthday. Thank you.
Go for launch. All set.
President Trump's administration is all about bringing back the big, bold endeavors that once defined American exceptionalism. And NASA is very much on board. On November 7th, NASA's Kennedy Space Center in Cape Canaveral, Florida, will kick off Max Power, a two-day event showcasing the best of American innovation in air and space, right here on American soil at the historic shuttle landing facility. Max Power will feature space hardware, NASA and DOW aircraft, interactive mission simulators, moon rovers. You're going to have Apollo astronauts there, Artemis astronauts will be there, behind-the-scenes experiences, one hell of an air show, and maybe even a rocket launch or two. As we honor America's 250th birthday, Max Power will help set the stage for the next 250 years of American engineering greatness. Together with our collaborators, this will be an event remembered for generations. You can head to nasa.gov/MaxPower to learn more.
All right, so that is getting underway there. And actually, that is incorrect. That says Jackson Hole, Wyoming. This is not Jackson Hole. That is actually taking place in Houston, Texas. So we apologize about that. But again, President Trump, he's set to speak there in just about 20 minutes time. Let's step away for a commercial break. We'll be right back here on Live Now from Fox. And thanks for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Christy Matino. If you are just joining us, we've been bringing you this live event out of Houston, Texas. President Trump set to speak here in about 15 minutes time, and he will award NASA's Artemis II crew members the Congressional Space Medal of Honor today. Anyone who wants to watch the ceremony can do that through NASA Stream, or you can do it right here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to continue to carry this, and as we always do, bringing you President Trump's comments commercial free. All right, let's take you back out live to Houston, Texas.
Of America and our partners. I know that Administrator Eisenman is working tirelessly alongside my good friend Vanessa White and our other Senate directors to keep Artemis on track and to ensure that we will accomplish this goal.
As chairman of the House Science, Space, and Technology Committee, I'm very proud to play a part in supporting this mission and the dedicated NASA workforce that is behind it. We sent 4 astronauts around the moon, but it took thousands of Americans working behind the scenes and tirelessly to make it happen. For generations, America has been a nation that refuses to leave the unknown unexplored. That spirit put Apollo footprints on the moon, and this year it sent Reed, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy deeper into the cosmos than anyone before them. Their journey also helped clear the path for those who come next. There are young Americans watching right now, Artemis, today, who may one day walk on the moon, travel to Mars, and make discoveries that we can't even imagine yet. This is the legacy of human exploration. Each breakthrough opens a door to the next one, and each new frontier gives those who follow a chance to reach out beyond it. And to the Artemis II crew, congratulations on your award today. I want to thank you for your courage, your service, and for representing the very best of our pioneering spirit. And you didn't just make history, astronauts. You helped open a new chapter of it. So may God continue to bless each one of you and your families and all of those who are carrying their Artemis mission forward. And thank you. Thank you so very much.
This mission is an opportunity for our generation. It's about human history. It's the story of humanity.
Artemis 2 is the opening act. We're going to send them farther into space than any humans have gone before.
The question isn't go or not go. It's are you going to lead or are you going to follow?
We are going for our members.
We are going for our teammates.
We are going for all humanity. Our Artemis 2 crew is go for launch. Full set.
Let's go.
All right, so they are in between speakers here in Houston, Texas. President Trump slated to speak in 15 minutes' time. We know that he traveled to Houston just last night, but today he is going to present the Congressional Space Medal of Honor to the historic Artemis II crew at NASA's Johnson Space Center here today. So this ceremony being held right now, where the president will be joined by NASA Administrator Jared Isaacman to recognize the 4 crew members. NASA astronauts Commander Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen completed a historic 10-day mission around the moon back on April 10th, and now they will be awarded here today. Let's continue to listen in.
And our close-knit astronaut family, and we lost a loved one. There's a feature in a really neat place on the moon, and we would like to call it Carol.
We do not leave Earth. We choose it. We will always choose each other.
We love you from the moon. Absolutely.
And as we're still waiting for the next speaker, I also just wanted to share some more facts here with you. Their mission served as a test flight for NASA's Orion spacecraft, and they became the first humans to travel beyond the moon in more than 50 years. The crew traveled 695,000 miles, breaking the previous distance record set by Apollo 13 astronauts in 1970. So right now it's unclear who is going to speak next. What we might do actually is slide away for a quick commercial break, our final one of the hour here, as we are awaiting another speaker. Stay with us here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. We're going to take you back out to Houston, Texas. Soon you'll be hearing from President Trump. He is going to award the Artemis II crew the Congressional Space Medal of Honor, and it looks like right now Senator Ted Cruz is speaking live. My name's Christy Matino, and you're watching Live Now from Fox.
That we honor this crew here at Johnson Space Center, the beating heart of American human spaceflight. There is no American presence in space without Texas. And I'm fond of pointing out that one of the very first words ever uttered on the lunar surface was my hometown, Houston, as in Houston, the eagle has landed. Elsie's a Dallas guy, so I got a glare for that one. While Artemis II was in orbit, I was fortunate to spend time in the mission evaluation room with those working tirelessly to bring the crew home. Each of you are critical to securing America's Artemis legacy, and I thank you for your disciplined service. I also want to thank President Trump for his bold vision for American leadership in space, and my good friend NASA Administrator Jared Isaacman for working night and day to turn that vision into a reality. I am grateful to work with both of you hand in hand to secure American leadership in space. No administration has done more for space leadership and space exploration to assure that America is in front and America is leading. President Trump has made clear that America will return to the lunar surface, that America will continue to lead in low Earth orbit, and that America will go to Mars, and the first boot to set foot on the surface of the red planet will be an American astronaut. And President Trump's bold vision for an American moon base is precisely the ambition this moment demands. It's exactly why I've introduced legislation to help make the moon base a reality, housed right here at Johnson Space Center. And I will tell you, as soon as we can arrange to send the entire U.S. Congress to the moon base, it will be voted on unanimously by the American people. This is a race to ensure that America, not China, sets the standards in space. China intends to establish its own presence on the moon. We cannot afford to sit and watch from the sidelines. We will beat China. And I have to say, one of the reasons that we are leading is because of the incredible commercial space industry that has grown up in and around NASA here in Texas and across the country. Bold entrepreneurs, including Dave Lent at Blue Origin, Cam Gafarian. And I want to point to you something that I think we're going to look back as a turning point in space. Earlier this year, the IPO of SpaceX, the largest IPO ever, made at least 6 new billionaires, made over 400 centimillionaires, and made over 4,400 new millionaires. Now, what does that mean? I think we're going to look at this moment like the Cambrian explosion that began spreading life on planet Earth. Because you're going to see all of those young techies who suddenly have a gigantic amount of money and a big vision, and I'm telling you, 10 years from now, that SpaceX IPO will have created a venture capital ecosystem here in Texas that is going to fund hundreds of new space ventures and is going to make sure that Texas continues to lead in space for the next 100 years. The next astronauts who travel to the moon will do so because of Artemis II. Future generations will look back to this mission as a turning point in lunar and space exploration because of Reed, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy, and the countless people who made this mission possible. Our dreams for the future of humanity can become a reality. It is an honor to commemorate your accomplishments with the Congressional Space Medal of Honor. I want to say to Vanessa Weiss, thank you for the great job you do leading JSC. It matters for Texas and it matters for the country. And to each of the heroes we honor today, thank you for proving that the American spirit of exploration is alive, that our greatest days are ahead of us, and that the next frontier belongs to those bold enough to reach it. Thank you.
4 brave explorers ready to ride the most powerful rocket NASA has ever launched. And liftoff. The crew of Artemis II now bound for the moon.
Please welcome the Associate Administrator for NASA's Human Spaceflight Mission Directorate, Dr. Lori Glaze.
Good morning, everyone. Wow, it is just an incredible privilege to be here as the President awards our Artemis II crew with such a prestigious distinction. And it's so wonderful to see all of our guests, our colleagues and partners that are here today to witness the honor that they're about to receive. It's also a joy for me, and I'm sure for all of you, to revisit the incredible excitement, the inspiration, and the masterful engineering that we all experienced during Artemis II as Reed, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy flew around the moon and laid the groundwork for our next missions. On the day of launch in April, we saw a focused team progress through a smooth countdown after tirelessly running every potential issue to ground. We saw the Space Launch System rocket deliver Orion and the crew to orbit with incredible precision. During the mission, we witnessed the spacecraft's life support systems, its navigation and controls, and its heat shield all perform as expected. Our flight control team executed a near-perfect mission. All of that in coordination with the crew and our managers assessing every risk and evaluating every technical challenge. Our recovery team welcomed our crew home at splashdown and brought them safely back here to JSC. All along the way, our crew showed us their true selves, operating at every step with integrity, resourcefulness, collaboration, and a collective belief in the pursuit of exploration. Since this incredibly successful mission ended, NASA has remained laser focused on preparing for our next missions to execute the President's national space policy. Our team is working just as hard to get ready for Artemis 3 in low Earth orbit, along with our lander partners. We're moving with urgency to prepare for our first Artemis missions on the moon's surface, and we're preparing to build the moon base. We continue to fly our expedition crews aboard the International Space Station, which is essential because humans are critical to maintain and upgrade the station and to perform the sophisticated, hands-on research and technology demonstrations for deep space exploration that can't be done here on Earth. Throughout more than 25 years of continuous human presence, we've carried out thousands of science investigations from more than 110 countries, driving breakthroughs in human health and biological and physical sciences. And it serves as our proving ground for how we are going to live, work, and thrive in space. The space station is a gold standard of laboratories and partnerships, and our work in microgravity will continue to advance our scientific knowledge, deliver direct benefits to humanity, and equip us to send humans on long-duration missions to the moon and Mars. As President Trump recognizes the Artemis II crew, I want those of you who were part of this mission to know that it is your dedication, your passion, and your drive that helped make all of this possible. The Artemis II took on the risk on behalf of humanity to help set our accomplishments at the moon in motion. And their achievements are possible only because of the unwavering commitment and talent of our workforce. The crew will be the first to tell you that they stood on the shoulders of thousands. Every milestone achieved during that mission was built during the late nights, the rigorous testing, and the meticulous engineering carried out by many of you. And as we look ahead to our next missions, we are pushing the boundaries of what is possible and ushering in a golden age of space exploration. And I could not be any prouder of this team as we carry that forward. Thank you.